plenty of team, that have made it so far. They've made it through the Swiss stage up till today, and yeah, if oh my God, is that Debbie that I'm seeing on the screen? Oh my God, I saw Debbie there for a moment. What happened, Ray?
I'm shifting through my multiversal variants, brother, because there's always obviously some glitches and technical issues sometimes happening because of not sure the lighting, the internet, something. But yeah, I suddenly turned into Debbie for a second. But overall, yeah, it's nice to be back again into the True Internationals, and we're gonna dive straight back into. Of course, looks like this is gonna be the 1-1 brackets, right? Once, one,
Uh,
one, ones.
yeah, I mean, talking about it once, yeah, just leave that. I don't want to talk about it. It's kinda, there's a meme all over me, so I'm still
Damn, bro,
so on
that's
me. So,
crazy.
but yeah, talking about today, it is gonna be team.
Light to
Uh,
log, I just my light to log on a hegane heri and
yeah, and yeah, today's team, for the first game of today's Swiss stage is actually Team Frenzy, and it will be Team Onyx that will be playing off against each other. So I'm actually thrilled, to see these teams fight against each other today because they are a really strong team. Onyx is a fan favorite from their respective country as well as Frenzy, but there are also a lot of Indian viewers there in the stream that really love Onyx as well, so they have quite a supporters there. But yeah,
Looking forward to it, especially because I casted over the game of Frenzy that day, and obviously Onyx Paradox as well. Both of these teams are very well promising, and of course, I'm looking forward to Onyx Paradox because LCF has told me like they're looking forward to all of the Bhutanese teams in the playoff stages. Yesterday we had one qualifier. Let's see how this one tonight can obviously perform against each other. This is gonna be Philippines and Bhutan, and I apologize for the glitches on my camera. It's just the lighting because it's still early on because it's summer, it's still bright outside. I realized there's lighting from here, and lighting from the outside, and it's conflicting with the basically the blue screen. So yeah, I apologize for that, but hopefully it gets fixed soon. Yeah, it is slowly getting fixed, and I'm not invisible man, guys. Don't worry about it.
I mean the same thing is going on with me. There's like way too much sunlight. There's so much heat wave, and if you look behind me, there's like bright sun. It's almost 6 p.m. and the sun is not going down just yet. So
Yeah, Bren.
due to that, I'm not even turning on my lights because it is just gonna create too much lighting, and that's just gonna blow my eyes off. So I just kept turned off for now. So yeah.
Same thing is happening with me, man, because it's still sunny. I think it's gonna get fixed 15 minutes later on. I can't control the sun. Sorry, guys. I don't actually have very thick blindfolds either, and all this reflection.
Yeah.
It's coming in from the sun. It is insane, isn't it? But yeah, overall, we can focus on the lighting and stuff later on. But looking forward to the games, and I hope we can jump into the draft soon because I want to stop seeing my face being reflected so much overall. But that day, if I remember, Frenzy and Onyx Paradox, both of them lost to a Laos team, right? Both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both of them lost to a Laos team. So maybe tonight they can show which team is better. Hey, that does not good phrasing. But overall, if I remember, Frenzy's draft was also a little bit I would say, what do you say? A little off. They had I forgot the draft lineup completely. Oh yeah, Joy. They picked up Joy, which I am not exactly supporting right now into the meta because I feel like she's just not fulfilling some of the roles anymore. It's just that she didn't get adjusted that much, but overall the other junglers do the job better. What you need as a jungler right now is to jungle fast, and her jungling speed is not the fastest, and she is also it also makes, what do you say, comes down to how good you can execute the kills, and you can do that as well either because of the fact that there are these new XP laners that are still coming back into the meta like the Arlott. They just disable her very fast.
Definitely. I mean, talking about the current heroes that are coming back into the meta. I mean, when Arlott was first released, he was one of the most meta heroes as well, right? And yeah, talking about meta heroes, even Kimmy after the nerf, she is still so good. And So, despite her recent nerf on her ultimate range and the increase in cooldown, she is still very dominant in the meta. So the developers are noticing that, and in the advanced server patch, they have already, fixed a nerf on her. So that is pretty unfortunate for the Kimmy players, because the nerf that she received recently was just not enough. So they're gonna nerf her again, and as well as Roger, man, he just got buffed, and there's already a nerf in the advanced server. That is pretty unfortunate for our Wolf Boy as well. So that's pretty sad, but yeah, adjustments are need to be done so the meta can stay balanced, right?
Yep, absolutely. I think it's just that, what do you say? I sometimes do say kudos to the developers, but sometimes I do really dislike how they adjust a few things, because sometimes it is like they're favoring a hero bit too much, but sometimes they are nerfing someone hard with the hammer a little bit too much as well. But I think it's just the fact that, of course, they have, on theory, sometimes 3% adjustments are like, hey, that's like nothing. But when you put it into perspective, like 3% damage in 1000, that could be very huge one. But 3% in like 30, that's very minimal, right? So I think it's just that with slight few tweaks and number adjustments, they keep on testing. So overall, sometimes we get heroes that suddenly become a little bit too broken, but obviously they just release the patch, right? They can. If it's too bad, they release a hot fix. We have had those situations, right? When Glue was a little bit too broken, where he was basically one-shotting stuff and everything. There was also the bugs and everything. Those are require hot fixes. But a hero adjustment, yeah, that usually requires you like a half a season. So most likely we're going to be seeing the Kimi Roger adjustment in the mid season, and the meta will back again shift. Most probably many people will not move away from the Roger, just like how many people haven't moved away from the Katot and Hylos despite the nerfs, right? They still get played despite they have been nerfed substantially, and it's much better to pick up other roamers right now, but still comfort really speaks volumes for a lot of people. But at the same time, yesterday we saw that from the Bhutanese team that we had the interview, they said that they had to ban out multiple junglers of a simple fact that their jungler had a limited hero pool. That really choked them out, because their performance was really good. They were actually bouncing back. Imagine if they had a better jungler. Just imagine. They were very blocked by, their progression was blocked, of course, to the limited hero pool. So definitely comfort is good, but having a vast hero pool so your opponents cannot choke you out is always so much better.
Yeah. And talking about the junglers, like as you've mentioned before, that Joy is not it's not that good in the meta, and I definitely agree with that. And there are like a few junglers also that are very situational, like I'd say the Fredrin. I mean, the guy is okay, he's a utility, he is a tank jungle, does pretty well, in the jungle laning. But then again, when it comes to getting kills, like securing kills in the early game for the team to snowball, that is something which the assassins always have the high advantage on. And talking about Fredrin, with the recent nerf on the healers, where most of their heals are her Deus, Angela her shield, Estes his heal, as well as Florin, the immunity on the anti-heal is also like removes. So that is pretty unfortunate for our guy Fredrin, because he pairs up really well with supports, and this time around supports are not on the peak, because they did nerf the heal. So to balance out, they nerf dominance eyes as well. But then again, nerf on the dominance eyes just means indirect buff to other spellvam and lifesteal heroes. Like we've seen, even the Ruby was recently buffed. She has way more spellvam now compared to before, as well as Alucard. I used to feel like Alucard was one of the troll picks, but these days he works pretty well. And the fact that he can carry in the early to mid to late game these days is kind of crazy. And I'm still stunned and flabbergasted by how well he's performing in the meta. And yeah, as well as Yuzhong and Arlott as well. These heroes are benefiting a lot from these recent anti-heal. Yep. Yeah, as well as Uranus. Exactly. Not to forget our boy, because that heal is all he's about. His passive heal stacks, as well as his recent patch where his basic attack deals extra physical and magic damage as well. So he is a good pusher as well now.
Absolutely, and considering the fact that That day I'm just gonna share a story with you. That day went to play a classic and I had like a master Alucard. Okay, I don't know if that was a Smurf account. It felt like it was a Smurf because yeah, the play style. I mean, you can tell, right? Or maybe he was trolling. Not sure. But I was like, oh, what is this Alucard gonna do? Because I mean, I did see the adjustments, but I haven't had the chance to play Alucard for myself, even though I have a legend skin for some reason. But yeah, I saw that Alucard do a 1 versus 5 for like almost 30 seconds. I was like, how is this guy surviving? Like, he's not doing anything, he's just blindly mashing buttons, right? You can clearly see, but he's sustaining for so long. Yes, the opponents had dominance eyes, but it's just that they didn't have enough burst to take him down, and he was regenerating heavily. And when I saw that, I was like, damn, I gotta try that some myself. But before I could do that, of course, I had to cast, and I saw in action the Alucard was actually out sustaining a lot of fighters. And talking about the sustains, already the UNS is gonna band out, and as well as the Kali. And as we dive straight into the draft stage, and Frenzy versus Onyx. Have you watched Pokemon? How many series of it?
Well, definitely I've not, because lately I've been really busy, really occupied with life.
No, as a child, bruv. I have not watched any recent Pokemon either. Like, have you watched first season? It's you know, I just remember the girls, but I forgot the
Girls.
you know the season names. Like, you know, it's Misty the first, then you have May, then you have Dawn, then you have Iris, then you have Serena. I've watched till Serena. After that, I stopped watching.
I feel like I'm starting to disappear here because the sun is starting to set. So just give me a moment and I'll turn on my light so I won't disappear from the screen, because I might
Absolutely.
blend.
Blend in with your background. Yeah, that was happening to myself. But overall, let's focus into the draft stages. I love the smiles that they have from the hands of Frenzy. Like, especially you can clearly see. But overall, the band stage is coming in, and finally we have brightness done. And look, we both have our lights fixed now. I'm not transparent anymore, and you're not in the darkness anymore. So yeah, overall, let's dive into the draft and see once. Can you say something? I can't hear you.
Hello. can
Okay,
you
you're
hear-
audible. Yes, you're audible. We were just discussing about the Fredrin, and it looks like he's gonna get banned out from the hands of Team Philippines over here. So yeah, makes sense because Onyx has picked up Fredrin last time, if I'm not wrong.
And yeah, talking about Fredden, he is a good utility, but then again, he kinda gets overwhelmed, by other heroes that can snowball in the early phase of the game. I feel like even Alpha is such a good counter against the Fredden, because the true damage on the boy is just way too good. And Matilda being one of those support that recently got nerfed, I feel like the nerf didn't hit her quite that hard, because it was
Nah.
just a screen that was nerfed a bit.
Yeah.
So it's still nothing compared to what other support have received the nerf.
Yeah, Matilda, I think the only season I saw her off was when they like adjusted the distance that she was like circling around and stuff. Yeah, that's when she was off meta, because people could not really make work with the distance, because you have to like, some adjustments are very crucial to the hero's kit, and they affect how the hero really functions. But some nerfs, they are just like, it's something that you can work around with, right? And Matilda is one of them. Shield nerf, heal nerf, it doesn't matter as long as she can provide the dash. That is extremely valuable, considering so many mages in this game don't have a dash. That's basically a free mid lane escape for their team, and because of it, their mid laner is playing more safe, has more comfortable positioning, can get into aggressive spots, because usually you cannot do that as a mage, right? Imagine you're playing an Aurora. Can you get too close to the opponents? You can only do it once with the flicker combo. After that, boom, you're basically relying on a passive, which also has a cooldowns, and after that you're dead anyways if they're surrounding with 5 people. So it makes sense why that she would still stay. I think the only way she would fall off is they again adjust her dash range. That would definitely affect her. But on the overall, we're going to be seeing the Hayabusa being prioritized over here, and I'm really seeing the contrast. India subcontinent, they really like to prioritize their marksmen and stuff. You can clearly see it from the hands of Onyx, because they picked up the Kimi. Yeah, she can be played into the mid lane, but I would consider her still as a marksman role for now, because you can clearly see Frenzy, they prioritize the Hayabusa. Despite the nerfs, this guy is still a very favorite pick in the Southeast Asian countries.
Definitely. I mean, despite the nerf that he has received, I feel like for them, it was not even a nerf. It was just like a little bit of tone down, because before this he was still a very big priority pick in their region. And this nerf, is just not gonna stop them prioritizing the Hayabusa, because man, this guy is filled with a beautiful kid. He has a long range dash that can help him go in the back line, get a kill, and then easily come back out. And yeah, talking about the mid lane, as we were discussing, could it be a Kimi mid lane or a gold lane here? From the opposing side, we have Pharsa onto the mid lane. That is a pretty decent pick, I'd say, because the Pharsa, with her zoning capability, with a burst, can easily disrupt the Kimi and other marksmen, if they are trying to fight into the team fight, because she can basically snipe them down from a very safe distance. And the fact that they don't have any proper CC as of now that can get to her that easily, so that is pretty good for the Pharsa. And the fact that they've picked the Irithel as well is really good, because the Irithel, being one of the very mobile marksmen that hits and runs, and combine her with the dash from her ultimate, makes her a really good pick as well. But then again, Irithel so far in True International, she's not been performing that well, despite people picking Granger, and then they pick Irithel to counter him. Actually, it's the Irithel that gets countered most of the times, which is pretty unfortunate, because the Rhapsody is way too overwhelming in the early phases of the game, even if you are an Irithel, right?
Absolutely, and I think this is more of a countermeasure, because Frenzy, basically Team Philippines, they have figured out by now that the side of Onyx Paradox, of course, Team Bhutan right now, they kind of share a similarity with the Indian teams, and that is to play the Granger. So they just want to make sure that, hey, we just picked up the Irithel, so if you want to go for the Kimi mid lane and Granger gold lane combination that you like to do so much, you might have to think twice, because we already have, like, you can clearly see they could have picked Granger themselves, but they didn't. They picked up the counter right now. That is a good counter draft coming in from the hands of Frenzy. Right now they have proper response, they have range, they have an assassin, and they have a marksman that is very easy to counter to the Granger. So because of it, I think they're just making sure that Onyx Paradox hesitate with their gold laner pick and pick something that they would not exactly feel comfortable with. And I think that's the whole reason. And right now they're just going to choke down on a few jungle that could possess a threat to the Pharsa or the Hayabusa, just like the Ling. And I think they will be good to go. But I'm actually baffled that the Lapu Lapu was not picked until now. That is pretty surprising, considering both of these teams really love to play the Lapu.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did not get picked, but then again, he is still respected and he is being back. And talking about the Kimi though, I would like to highlight the fact that if she goes onto the mid lane and they pick another marksman, that could be a really, really huge disadvantage for the side of Onyx. Because if you take a look at the composition of Frenzy, they have Pharsa, they have Hayabusa, they need a hard CC from a mage that can pin them down. And if they decide to go with the Kimi mid lane, it is just gonna be their doom, because there's just no way they can stop the Hayabusa. I mean, yeah, obviously we have the Kufra, with the bouncing ball that can prevent dashes, but it's a Hayabusa. He does not dash through, the bouncing ball. He keeps shadow and he teleports to them. So that is a big drawback for the Kufra as well, because he never knows where the Hayabusa is just gonna teleport onto those 4 shadows. And the fact that they have the Phoveus as well. Phoveus will not be able to catch the Hayabusa if he has his God Shadow available, as well as for the Irithel, because she can basically hit and run, and the Phoveus, he might not catch up to her that well. So then again, they have to prioritize a hard counter CC for the Hayabusa, Irithel, as well as the Pharsa.
I'm actually surprised. Okay, I definitely was just about to say Moskov, because right now the Moskov is the only possible scenario. Yeah, they can go for Bruno, but Bruno is going to be very vulnerable to the Pharsa and the Hayabusa, just like you mentioned. And Moskov is just good because, of course, he can reposition himself with the dashes, and of course he got the SOD with the global presence. So because of it, he obviously will have a little bit better rotation compared to the Irithel, and I think that's the only possible scenario they can go for. But we're discussing about sustain, and the Ruby is going to come in action, and looks like there is a possible roam. Is it? No, it's actually an explain. That is a little, because Ruby, if she uses her passive, she's gonna give the stacks to the Phobius, which is gonna be really bad for the team fight because Phobius is just gonna get a lot of infernal pursuits in the engages and he will become pretty unkillable. But at the same time, Ruby can decide to just not dash. So I think that is something that they can do, like just for the team fights, of course, to make sure that Phobius doesn't get the dashes.
And yeah, the fact that they've decided to pick the Moskov here, it's kind of good because he can hold off against the Hayabusa as well with the Spear of Misery, you know, with the pushback. If he decides to go in with the Quad Shadow, you know, Moskov with the Spear of Misery can push him back. But yeah, we were just discussing the recent heroes, you know, that were patched, and Roger was one of them. And yeah, he's definitely making an appearance in so many big tournaments right now, and even the you know, big stages. And here we go, a Roger pick coming up from the side of Onyx. But then again, you know, let's not forget the fact that even Frenzy, they have a lot of CC heroes. They have you know, they have the Ruby, which can, you know, stun lock you for at least 2 seconds, as well as the Jawhead. Man, the Jawhead, the scariest thing about him is the ejector for me, because this guy can basically throw you out of your position if he locks onto you with his ultimate. And these skill set that the Jawhead he has is a pretty, you know, overwhelming for heroes like Kimmy, for heroes like Moskov. So they really have to watch out for the Jawhead, because he can basically sacrifice himself, go in and just throw them out just so that their teams can get the kill. And you know, being a Roma, sacrifice is always needed. So I feel like even if he dies, it's gonna be way more worth it. And here we go, Ray. We are back into the Land of Dawn, Land of Dawn. Oh my God, I'm tongue slipping here.
It's all okay, but the Land of Dawn is definitely beautiful to sometimes slip on your tongue with. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be diving straight into the first match of tonight's evening. It's going to be Frenzy versus Onyx Paradox, Team Philippines versus Team Bhutan. Interest through internationals, and intercasting this is going to be myself, Ray, and I'm joined by Juan. Overall, we've already seen a little bit of poke action into the mid phase. Both of the roamers losing subsequent amount of HP, and I think they're just going to contest this Little Wonder. Hayabusa possibly going to go for a sneaky secure, and he gets it. Overall, I think the Roger will play a little bit of a passive game until the turtle comes in.
Definitely. I mean, the Roger is a good pick here, but then again, he needs at least 2 items, you know, where he can show his potential as a fighter. And you know, he really needs the War Axe as well, because it's going to provide him with a lot of damage and sustain as well. And yeah, talking about, you know, on the other hand, we have the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa can start early game snowballs, so they have to watch out for the Haya, especially in the goal lane and the mid lane.
Absolutely, and you know, talking about the mid lane, I feel like Kimmy will win out in the poking, department. But the fact is that Pharsa's zoning capability will just right from the level 4 will be so much, especially from Zephyr here. I feel like the side of Onyx Paradox will be having a hard time unless the Kufra goes in for a flicker combination, and we're already seeing the Chocolate will get zoned out of the position and will have to use the flicker to get out of there, but he does have the I am offended right now. So overall, let's shift back into the turtle pit and we'll see some action, because the Kimmy basically barely scripted off but survived on the flicker. Both of the team members have lost their expensive spells right now, and they are going in for the turtle. There's the engage coming in. The Feather Airstrike will immediately get cancelled out by the, of course, Demic Godcell over here takes the turtle for himself with the Retribution secure. And right now, the Phobius is going ham with the Infernal Pursuits, but Roger will have to go back, and the Ruby also surviving at 1 HP. All of the members actually survive and no casualties. It looked like everybody was gonna get taken down, but it looks like not.
Yeah, definitely. I thought, you know, the Pharsa is definitely going down with her ultimate being cancelled there because she's a vulnerable mage. But yeah, no casualty whatsoever from both sides of the team. 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes into the game, and you know, there was a lot of clash. And yeah, the fact that Team Onyx, they got to secure the turtle, so that's a advantage for them. But then again, let us look at top lane there. Oh my God, our guy here. Oh my God. Dogja, he almost got taken down there. He was forced out of his flicker to get into safety.
I think this game is very chaotic because I honestly thought that Engage would have gotten them, but I feel like they have some form of chaotic discipline, some form of mutual understanding. Because I feel like both of them just decided, hey, Jawhead, there's a little bit of a mispositioning, goes alone inside the bush, but there's an traction coming in from the Kimi as well as the Feather Strike. But looks like the Kufra will be the first one to be falling, to be the first blood, and the second one is gonna be the Roger getting taken down. The next target might just be the Phobius right now because he's getting CC'd over here, but they decide, like, see, they have discipline, they can commit, but they don't wanna because they are aware that it's not really exactly worth it. They can spend their time farming or going back to their respective lanes. Really loving it.
Yeah, I mean, the discipline coming up from the side of Onyx is pretty commendable. They know their potential in the early game. They know that, yeah, we have a Kimi, we have a Moskov. We have to wait for the late game where they can show the potential. As for Roger, I feel like he is a mostly mid-game hero because that is where, he's at peak because he has, those semi-items that can help him a lot with his defense as well as offense. And yeah, we are already starting with the second turtle of the game. Team Frenzy already positioning themselves as well as Team Onyx, and it seems like there's going to be some kind of engagement coming up from our Ruby here because this guy Chocolate, he is looking for blood there. Ooh.
Okay, we're seeing an Engage coming in already. The turtle will get slain, but there's an I'm offended connecting it to two people, but immediately a flicker comes in, but it's not close enough because the Roger will get taken down. The Phobius is trying to retreat from the scene. The Moscow comes in with the SOD. Low HP, but he's still going in, but it's not going to be enough because he will also get taken down. The Jawhead will knock up the Kufra and get him taken down, and this is a full-on chaotic team fight going on over here because it's still going on because the Phobius wants to go in to take down Doza, but Doza will survive and he's the one getting taken down, and somehow despite the chaoticness, the discipline is in the hands for Frenzy because they have 6 kills while the side of Onyx Paradox has none. And you can take a look into that instant replay. That Ruby I Am Offended was beautiful, like look at it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful combo coming up with the I Am Flicker, combining it, with the Flicker. And yeah, the fact that the Moskov decided to teleport with the SOD, man, that was a little bit of a bad decision because he couldn't help much there. But then again, Ray, look at that. Another skirmish on the top lane. 4 people jumping onto that poor Demigod cell. He just gets taken down already. 3 deaths onto the Roger, looking pretty bad. For the side of Onyx, they've just lost too many objectives. They've lost too many traits. But then again, look at the mid side as well. Oh my god, that Kimi was almost taken down by the Hayabusa there.
I just really insane the fact that they have 7 kills and Demigodsel is just not able to do anything about it so much. And I feel like they need to have a little bit of a breather. They need to regroup themselves because there's something going on wrong. Because 7 kills, it's not that they're kind of exactly losing the whole team fights, but they're getting taken down one by one. And I feel like it's a combination of small micro decisions that are basically going wrong. And I feel like if they don't stop it, because they have had the advantage, they keep on going with the Kufra, and there's another engaged top lane. The Kimi will get taken down over here, and looks like the next target might just be someone else. But no, the Jawhead will flicker mistakenly. No, I think it was intentional, but they could not find the target. The Kufra over here trying to retreat from the scene, but there comes the ejector and the blast, and Job will get taken down over here by that Aerithel. Gangchu, right? Kufra, yeah, Gangchu will get taken down by this gang. Yeah, that did not land. I could not rhyme it well, but yeah, this turtle also goes into the hands of Frenzy.
Yeah, I mean, man, Frenzy, they are, they are on such a big lead. It is just 7 minutes into the game, and the fact that they've managed to snowball around 4k goal lead against Onyx is pretty good for them. And the fact that they have the Aerithel as well. Once the Aerithel has the crit items, she will start hitting like a truck because those crit on her will start to melt down even the tank, because at this point around they have no goals, so they have no defense. So ultimately the damage will be too overwhelming for them to tank, and they'll just get shredded by each and every member of the side of Frenzy.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at the itemization. The Kimi is going towards the what seems like a Holy Crystal or possibly Blood Wings. On the other hand, or the Roger only on the first item, but into the bottom lane, Super Doza will take down the Roger again and again, and there's just nothing they can do, absolutely, because the Kimi also gets knocked up and barely scrapes it off, but will get taken down ultimately. Big Brain and Demi Gottsel, they're not having the best of time right now into the Land of Dawn because they're just getting obliterated by the hands of Frenzy.
Yeah, man, this is this is what I was talking about. If they do not take, a hard CC that can pin down the Hayabusa, the Irtel, the Farsa, they're just gonna have a really hard time. And the fact that Dog Gel on the Jawhead, he is just going in and just using the ejector for their advantage is just crazy because every time this guy he is locked onto a target, it is a secure kill. And his targets are always the Kimmy, the Roger, and that poor Moskov. He's not looking for the Phobias. He is not looking for the Kufra. He knows who are the key players of this game. So he's just totally fixated on targeting them. And the fact that Frenzy, they are all always ready to participate in the fight no matter how many of them are there, and yet they come out successful, they come out triumph of any team fight. It's just crazy. And yeah, here we go, Ray. The first Lord of the game has spawned, and it is definitely going to be Frenzy that will be initiating the first Lord fight here. Not a Lord fight, just basically a small Lord dance here with no one around from the side of Onyx to contest this.
And Onyx Paradox right now, obviously, they're at the very massive deficit because they're sitting at a 11-0, 6,000 in gold lead in the hands of Team Philippines. And Onyx, they have to come in with a response. Big Brain only now gets a Sky Piercer, but right now, this might not be a good choice. There's a dash coming in. They kind of retreat. They are looking for an angle to go, so they look at Jawhead, another pin down onto Demi Gottsel, will get taken down over here, and it is brutal for the hands of Onyx because they are not able to do anything. The goal lead is too much. Hayabusa and Irta leading substantially. The only one that's catching up is Moskov, but even him, Erensky right now, it's not that big of, let's look at the goal lead. Okay, 5.6 is it? But the Irta is sitting at a massive one. Okay, looks like there's gonna be a possible another re-engage, but it's gonna be best if they just retreat. And once, I've been casting in tournaments so much that I actually have not been playing the game, and because of it, I didn't realize we had that collaboration of the anniversary, and we had like Pterosaurus, like that flying dinosaur as the Lord.
Wait, really? Oh my god, I did not know the event was live because
Yeah, it is. It is. You can go in game right now.
Since the season has ended, I've not played a single rank match, classic or brawl.
I have played one.
I've not even
yesterday.
opened it yet. So, as a caster, if I'm in low rank, people will make fun of me. So I think it's about time, we start pushing rank.
We gotta start grinding, man. We gotta start grinding. We gotta be like Frenzy over here, and we gotta push. Because honestly, yeah, we gotta get at least mythic rank, right? But jokes aside, I'm loving the pterodactyl in the game. You should definitely check out. The Lord is pretty cool. But overall, the Hayabusa goes in for a possible engage. Oh, the burst is so much. It is disgusting. It is nasty. But Hayabusa, he catches himself inside the turret. That was a little bit of a mistake on his part, but he's gonna get taken down. The Phobius retaliates back, but he'll also decide of Team Frenzy will punish him. The only kill that they got was obviously a blunder from the hands of, but no, looks like there's gonna be another possible blunder because the Kufra goes in with the possible engage with the Flicker, Tyrant's Revenge, and the Kimmy also gets pulled in with the I Am Offended from the Ruby, but overall, no more casualties so far. The score still sits at 14-1. They have defended successfully, and we gotta look at an instant replay.
Yeah, just look at the Hayabusa. His shadow ran out and he got stuck into that turret. And boy, the Phobias just makes it in time to kill him. But then again, it is gonna be the the Jawhead with the ejector to always be a menace, and to no avail. They just lost their Hayabusa. But then again, here I almost thought that the Airtel would be going down. But then again, there was not enough damage from the Kimi. But then again, she gets caught up into that I Am Offended, but makes it out with the jetpack.
Pretty impressive work so far. The side of Team Onyx are just not able to respond back properly just yet. Right now, we're still seeing a massive 6k gold. And let's take a look at the itemization ones. We can clearly see the Kimi is still going in for the Holy Crystal. Really wants that damage to dish out. But yeah, Blood Wings, Sky Piercer, and gonna go for the Holy Crystal as well. And right now, the Moskov does have the Trinity done, but he really needs that Wind of Nature because we just saw it, right? He got bursted out of the map with that Hayabusa's Ugi Shadow kill, and they need to respond ASAP, immediately, like as soon as possible. Let's look at the goal ranking. It's gonna be Hayabusa leading with 10k, and Irithel with a 9k. Basically, both of them are close. The only one that's coming in from the hands of Onyx Paradox is the Moskov, and right now he's only 7k. That's 3k goal deficit only by a single person. That is massive.
Definitely. I mean, that guy, he's trying everything from his part to do so they can win the game. And the fact that he's the marksman and yet he has died only twice. Ow, my lord. Just look at the Hayabusa, man. Just goes in with the easy kill and takes out another sweet kill.
And right now the Kufra possibly wants to go in for another engage, but he's just not able to do so. This is one of the weaknesses of the Kufra. Once your team gets behind, he just can't make displays because he gets bursted out first. And there's also considering the fact that the Jawhead just easily throws him around if he just comes in. So yeah, there's that. Okay, Zephyr is the one securing the Lord. That's pretty funny. Hayabusa, where's the retribution, buddy? But yeah, right now the side of Team Frenzy leading with 16 kills and 7,000 goal lead, and that is mostly Hayabusa and Irithel, by the way. Like, rest of the members actually are catching up, but Irithel and Hayabusa had just too much goal lead. 3-0-3 for this Irithel. Unless we see a shutdown, I feel like this is gonna be the end and a possible pointer for the hands of Frenzy, because both of these teams sit at 1-1, right?
Yep, I feel like that is what they're sitting at, but yeah. Look at the Lord marking down the top lane. It is just going to be the side of Onyx trying to clear it out as soon as possible before he uses his passive to dash out into the turret. So yeah, they're just going to be defending that. But yeah, look at the Roger there. He's also trying his best not to, let the mid-gear turret be taken down by the Hayabusa. But then again, talking about the Hayabusa, just look at him goes in with the OG kill and takes a beautiful kill on that Roger. And man, that was caught off literally off guard.
Right now, it looks like they want to go in for a full-on Hail Mary because they want to crack down the base. The Moskov is trying to defend it as much as possible, but he's going to get pulled in with the I am offended and the base. Not bass. The base will get cracked down open, and the side of Team Frenzy, Team Philippines, will get the victory and will score a point into Swiss stages. If I'm not wrong, if this is a 1-1 bracket, they get 2-1, one more pointer close to the playoff stages, and Onyx Paradox will still remain in the Swiss to fight even more battles, right?
Yes, definitely. And boy, man, this game, it felt so one-sided because if you take a look at the scale,
Yeah.
it was definitely, Frenzy that was tilting the entire scale of the game. And the fact that they merely got one kill, throughout the game is actually really saddening because they couldn't get their hands on any kills, so ultimately no goal for them. And yeah, the one thing that bothered me the most was, the Kimi with the Sky Piercer. I mean, okay, you've taken the boot, you've taken that Bloodwing. And why are you pairing up with the Bloodwing with a Sky Piercer if you can't secure kills? Because you need kills, to make use of the Sky Piercer passive. This time around, when you can't really get any kills, you can basically go for a Genius Wand, or, you can basically go for even a Winter Crown. That would be really helpful against the Hayabusa as well. You can go defensive or a little offensive on the penetration because, yeah, you need the damage as well to dish out some damage, and that was what the Kimi was lacking. The Sky Piercer was of absolutely no use, and that was a waste of slot there because, she couldn't deal any damage, and the fact that in the Irithel, literally she was immobilized, she was hitting the Irithel with all the bullets possible, but yeah, couldn't even dish out half of the HP of the Irithel, and then she just basically got out of it. And yeah, talking about Kimi, that's all I got to say. But yeah, talking about the overall pick as well, as I've mentioned in the draft as well as in the game, yeah, their biggest mistake was going the Kimi mid lane, pairing up with a Moskov, because yeah, yes, the Kimi does good in the mid phases, in the mid lane, but then again, you have to respect the fact that they have Hayabusa, which is an assassin, and yes, it is a must to have crowd control, to pin him down, and that is what they were overlooking, and that is what ultimately led to their defeat as well, because it was, the Irithel and the Hayabusa snowballing throughout the entirety of the game, which, made it really easy for the team to win.
Absolutely, and I think I think it's just not the combination of the draft. It was that most of their heroes are very skill shotish. Okay, we have the MVP, and of course it's gonna be Super Doza, except for that one. One blunder play. I feel like his gameplay style was like she did such a great job. Gold per minute was massive, and what was it again? Total damage dished out. I mean, we saw him basically, literally, what do you say, obliterating the hands of what was it? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, the Moscow, right? And I think that's something to really be pointing out, that we're seeing an 11,000 goal lead in the hands of Frenzy. Team Philippines just absolutely decimated the hands of Onyx Paradox this time around, and you are kind of right. Once it was like 50% of the draft for sure, especially with the Farsa Hayabusa combination and the Irithel, it was a little bit overwhelming for Onyx Paradox. I think little bit is an understatement, because they just absolutely dominated over here, and 11k goal lead, finishing the game in 15 minutes. And they were able to get the victory for themselves. And I feel like we're gonna go for a short interview, right?
Definitely, I feel like there's gonna be a post interview after the game, and I feel like this time around we have our boy, our MVP guy, Super Doza here. So we're just gonna wait out for the streamer to pull out the camera for the interview, and yeah, we'll just be showing Doza into the screen. Oh my god, there you go, Ray. I feel like this time around you should be the one talking to Super Doza because you were glazing him.
Hey bro, what is that? It's not glazing when the fact that he was leading so substantially. So of course, Subodoza, congrats on the win and moving forward and more, getting the pointer into the Swiss stages. And my first question is just going to be, how are you doing, man? How is the weather and everything? Simple question. Is it hot over there in Philippines?
We were doing very well. We practiced hours before the actual match.
That is great.
We've been joining tournaments and scrims and playing RG pretty frequently, actually, before the match.
That is great. Having practice really obviously hones the skills much better. And for your drafting, who's the one taking the charge? Like, someone is doing the draft, or you all like do it together? It's a team effort.
We as a team, but I lead it.
You lead it. Of course, that's why you got the MVP too, right? but yeah, overall, with that Irithel pick, was it to make sure that the hands of Team Onyx Paradox hesitates for Granger, or there was a different reason? Like, this is a comfort marksman, or you like this marksman better?
I think we picked Irithel because that hero is the right hero for our lineup to properly, and I just finish it out.
Makes sense. AoE dishing out damage and Farsa with the range and everything. It makes overall sense why, as a Hayabusa, you want someone to dish out the first damage, right? To the whole team, and then you go in and clean up the business. So it makes sense. Overall, your draft was really good. The execution was much better. But let me ask you, what happened on the mid lane? Why did you come into that turret damage? A slight mistake or panic?
I think it's a bit of lag.
A little bit of lag, I understand. ISP issues and server issues, right? Because of course you're playing from a Bhutanese team, which is like all the way over here, close to India, and Philippines like all the way over there, right? It makes sense. Obviously, there's going to be some delay. I've even heard that Philippines teams face the most lag issues. So I hope you guys, I'm wishing you guys the best of luck, because having internet issues, especially as an assassin player, kudos to you, man. I will just give up. I will give up. I will quit the game. I will close it and I'll say goodbye to my team. I'm not playing anymore. What's the ping did you guys get?
We got 40 MS.
Okay, 40. Not bad for
yeah, that is decent, but definitely, I think if you're playing in your own homeland, it's much less, right?
Yeah. Like
how much do you get?
1 digit ping.
1 digit ping, yeah. That a lot of people don't realize, but switching from 1 to double digit, it's like going from double to triple. It's like a very big difference, and I feel it because I've done it myself, and I hate it. I don't prefer playing assassin. So the fact that Team Philippines is really, still using the assassins on a ping that is a little uncomfortable. Huge kudos to you, man. And obviously, I got two last questions. First of all, like, do you play Joy?
Excuse me, can you repeat the question?
Do you play Joy, the assassin, that little girl?
Joy as a damage dealer?
Yeah, Joy as the jungler. Do you play her?
No. Simply
No,
because- and
That's uh-huh.
lacking dash, and that makes him very behind of the meta.
Yeah, that's what we were actually discussing. Some Philippine teams have been playing the Joy, and I think an Indonesian team as well. And I think they kind of have to right now stop playing it because I feel like her place in the meta is a little bit skewed, and like she's underperforming right now. And even instead of that, they could have picked up the Hayabusa like you did. Despite, oh yeah, obviously this question is for the people like we were discussing once, right? Hayabusa got nerfed. Are you feeling it, or is it like, it's nothing?
It's no problem.
No problem. I love the confidence over here. And we were talking about it, right? But yeah, I think that is going to be enough for the interview, right, once?
Yeah, definitely. I
Okay,
feel like
okay.
that. So, thank you for coming here, being in the interview, and yeah, congratulations once again for winning.
Loving the t-shirt or jersey. Oh, it's a jersey.
Yeah, the jersey looked great.
Yeah,
it
flex it, man. It looks great. It looks great. Loving the gold, like the yellow-black color.
OG jersey.
Great. It looks great. We're loving it. Thank you for coming to the interview, and obviously loving your confidence over here. We love to see players who are confident and not shy to express their opinions, and we're wishing you best moving forward in the Swiss stages. Thank you, Superdoza, for coming in over here.
Okay, thank you, sir. All of my camp.
See you and take care. I absolutely love these players. They're so humble. They're so sweet. I know they're confident, but they're still teaming with like they're really passionate players. And he actually mentioned the fact that, right? Do we have any more interviews?
I feel like there is gonna be no more interview. Am I right?
Okay.
Okay.
Then that's fine. I didn't want it to, stop anyone from coming in. But thank you to Superdoza for coming in here. Huge shout out to you. Great jersey over there. I only got the Superman thing in it, and it's copyrighted most probably because if I do this in a tournament, I will definitely get sued. But yeah, by DC Comics. Please sponsor me instead. But yeah, jokes aside, this match between Frenzy and Onyx Paradox was definitely a very one-sided domination, and I liked it for one simple reason is that, what do you say? It is nice when a team is confident, knows what they're here for, and does what they're doing the best. And I'm loving my reflection on your glasses once. But yeah, jokes aside, right now, obviously, I think we're going to be looking forward to the next match. And I think this is a revenge one, right? LCF versus MSU? They're going to fight for the revenge, right? Because MSU last time took it away from the LCF, and they are coming in for that sweet, sweet revenge. Best served in cold.
I mean, if I recall the game, okay, like I was there with you, right? And
You were with
MSU
Volty.
okay, yeah, that was actually Bolty, my bad. So I was there with Bolty, and we were like, this is MSU and this is LCF. Like, these teams, they're gonna face up against each other. We were mostly, everyone was actually rooting for MSU. Like, yeah, these teams are gonna win. It's an Indian team, Like, yeah, they're gonna win easily. But yeah, the fact that, LCF, they, right off the game, they gave MSU such a hard time,
Yeah.
mid-game, even the late game. But yeah, as the game goes on, you get frustrated, and at some point, you lose a little bit of discipline, and that is what happened with LCF as well. Despite their domination, they almost ended the game. It was this close, but yeah, somewhere they, the consistency of that discipline was, it kind of fell off, and that is where, MSU, they took the opportunity, they took the chance, to end the game as quick as possible, because if I remember correctly, it was actually their Moskov, who carried them in the late game, which is, definitely a marksman, so it makes sense. But yeah, this time around, it is going to be a rematch between MSU and LCF. So this time around, stay tuned, because this is going to be a very thrilling game once again. Because I remember even the audience, they really loved this game. This was the, I would say that was the most thrilling game throughout the entirety of the Swiss stage. And dare I say that MSU versus LCF tonight, it is going to be another thrill. And it looks like Ray, we're going to be heading for a short break, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading for a short break because we got to make space for the casters as well as the teams to be coming in. This is going to be a rematch between MSU and LCF, and let's see how it works out. But of course, to make sure to witness it, you have to stay tuned on True Internationals, and we'll be right back after a short 5-minute break.
Welcome back, Ray. Welcome back. That was a short break indeed. Only 5 minutes. We did not want the viewers to be left on a cliffhanger between LCF and MSU. So this time around, Ray, how are you feeling?
Black and white.
Teams, because yeah, as you said, it is gonna be a revenge. So is it gonna be a revenge or is it gonna be another win from the side of MSU?
I think it all depends on LCF, honestly, because I feel like they have the potential. I don't know what's happening. Why am I becoming Silver Surfer today? I don't get it. Why? If I come close, it happens. You'll notice.
Yeah.
It like I'm becoming Terminator. Like, have you watched Terminator? Like that liquid Terminator? Yeah, I'm becoming that. It's like, look at this. I'm becoming Terminator, guys. Like, that is crazy. But yeah. Jokes aside, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this is going to be the match between MSU and Lakshmi Chitfund. And of course, once you just asked me, this is obviously a revenge chance for LCF. And I hope they take it well and I hope they preserve it for themselves because, of course, they're getting a second chance. And if they don't, this is basically MSU will get the bragging rights like, hey, we just defeated you twice. And that's, and also because it is, since this is a 1-1 bracket, that also means that, what do you say? They will have to stay in the Swiss stage longer to get the 3 pointers to get into the playoff stages, right? So because of it, if they don't win this game tonight, they're gonna have obviously a lot more hard time. They're gonna lose their bragging rights. They're gonna lose their chance on rematch and revenge, and they're also gonna lose out their chance to like get to the Swiss stage, playoff stages faster.
And yeah, the fact that the audience, I'm still flabbergasted at the fact that the audience was so engaged when these two teams face off against one another, because I feel like this was also their favorite game as well. But yeah, Ray, I do see you becoming the Terminator, So yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. And and not only that, but then again, it seems like your lighting, it makes you seem like a yellow man there. So that is pretty.
Yeah, I'm trying to not be a yellow man, but I become black and white. I think this should fix it. I don't know what's happening with the light adjustment over here. It could be possibly my blue screen over here, or it could just be the lighting is a little bad today. But overall, hopefully it gets fixed, because if not, it's gonna be really like it sucks. It really sucks overall. But yeah, I am just gonna be waiting for the teams to be coming in and disappear from the camera, because there's something wrong. I gotta fix it. But yeah, everybody's just tuned in. Thank you for coming in to the True Internationals, and we'll see the revenge match for LCF, and let's see if MSU Esports Team Malaysia over here can get it. A fun fact, Malaysia actually has a lot of Indians, so in a way, there could be a chance that they know they have an Indian in their team. I don't know if they do, though. Oh, they do! They do! Okay, see? I was right, I told you. Malaysia and Singapore has a big majority of Indians, guys, because, like, a lot of South Indians went there during, like, when these countries were basically requiring a lot of workforce. Yeah, I have done history in world geography, and I'm actually an engineering student. I did not need to do it, but I did it because I'm interested in South Asian countries. Yeah, this is my way of saying, please give me a ticket to travel. I'm just yapping around because I'm just waiting for the teams, because I don't want to discuss much. I just want to see the game, man. I just want to see the draft.
I mean, yeah, talking about India, there's always like an esoteric joke, in India, like, yeah, all these years, 70 plus years, we've been colonized. So it's India's time, to start colonizing other region. And,
That is crazy. That is crazy.
And it's, talking about UK, there are so many Indians there. Talking about Malaysia, Singapore. Yeah, so many countries, these days are filled with Indians. So basically we are counter-colonizing these countries these days. So you have to watch.
Crazy statement, bro. Counter colonizing, that is crazy. But yeah, actually, I mean, yeah, it is different because like in UK and Canada and America, you have like immigrants who have moved like in the past 20 years because yeah, studies, job, and obviously because Indians usually have better, what do you say, like qualifications and stuff for IT related, because of course in India either you become a doctor or engineer. Like you are born and your parents basically stamp you that thing. Like either you're, I mean, it's not actually just India, it's majorly an Asian thing, but yeah, mostly Indians are most interested to go into the West. So because of it, we have like huge immigrant population in UK and stuff. But Malaysia and Singapore, they actually have historically Indians. Like these Indians are like legal, they are no longer immigrants, they are actually part of the culture. So yeah, that is so. I mean, if you want to take that for colonization or not, I don't know. But yeah, up to you. How you consider that? That is a crazy statement. I've never thought of that.
Side Ray, it is it is going to be a rematch between LCF and MSU. So yeah, I want to talk about specifically about the jungler of LCF, because that boy, man, that guy, I mean, he really loves to play an X-Borg. So what are your opinion or your views on an X-Borg in the current meta?
I think the X-Borg is a weird spot, man, because you see, X-Borg has, I think he just needs Matilda. He just needs airlines, bro. He's a robot, and he wants to, he yearns for the skies, bro. That's the main thing. I think if he gets a Matilda, S tier, easily. Because there's just one weakness with the X-Borg, jungle. You can't really play him into the XP lane because you get poked out, your Firag armor is lost, you cannot really provide the utility, you cannot, he's pure damage. So the only lane you can play him as is the jungle, and if you want to play him on the jungle, you miss out on the, of course, once you ult, they just dash away. You can't really burst anyone. But that's the issue. You basically need a flicker, and Matilda gives you that. And I think that's the only possible way. With the Matilda, it's an S tier. Without the Matilda, it's basically B tier at best. Yeah, he can do the job, but so can the Alpha, so can the Fredrin. So what makes the difference, right? Why would you choose him over the others when he also has a weakness? Once the armor goes boom, you're basically a sitting duck. You're gonna get stunned, you're gonna get taken down. Since you have retribution, you cannot escape. And yeah, there you go. You're gonna get, basically you're gonna be feeding your opponent jungle, especially if it's a burst one. They can easily take you down.
There was a recent adjustment in the advanced server. Not recent, actually, it was like a way before on the X-Borg, And unfortunately, that buff was not implemented in the current patch. That buff was actually related to his Firaga armor as well. When he uses the last insanity and he explodes. Yeah, Ray, I see you're turning into the Terminator there, but yeah. So I was.
I'm just showing it to Bolty. He's on chat. That's why.
Yeah. So this adjustment which was made on him in the advanced server was actually really good, because he pointed out that the Firaga armor is his only weakness, and to fix that, the developers actually came up with a buff on him. If the last insanity, it triggers the passive. Like those cube, it fall down, and the blast of the last insanity is over. Those cubes that are laying there on the ground, it just basically like a magnet that comes to him. So that was a really good adjustment on the Xbox, because yes,
I thought it would change like how you can play, but like the thing is that you have to accumulate all those batteries first, and then you have to blast. But even then, it's sometimes not enough to like accumulate back your Firag armor. I think you're actually bringing up a good point. That recent adjustment, I really thought it was gonna make Xborg really meta, but it did not exactly, because the amount that you get is like low. If they increase it, then basically it would kind of make him broken that point though. Because like he would blow up, then he would get his armor back. When that happens, I think he would become broken. But I think while how he's sitting on the meta right now, he kind of deserves it. They can tone down the damage. They can tone down his damage, give him a little bit more sustainability, so he can pop off the Firag armor, get the energy cans back, and get the Firag armor back again, so he can sustain longer in the team fights. Because right now, he's sitting in a weird place. Is he a burst fighter? Is he a sustain fighter? Because his build makes you feel like he's a sustain, because he got like so much spell vamp, right? He got skills that are basically on regen, but then he's just pure burst. After bursting, you're not able to do anything. So I think he's just sitting on a weird place in the meta right now. So I'm looking forward to how the developers will adjust him. But let's focus on the match tonight, and we're finally into the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be MSU Esports Malaysia gonna be going against Team LCF from India over here. And this time around, we're actually having two coaches on both ends. We have Coach Raf and Coach Lentina, the only female coach in this tournament. India always pushes women empowerment.
I mean, yeah. Talking about coaches, though, this is going to be really interesting because this time around it is going to be the coaches that will be guiding both of these teams. So it is, equal on both of their side. And yeah, talking about the picks, to look at both side of these teams, they're actually, focusing on the EXP more. And the first pick comes from the side of MSU as the Ruby. And to counterpick that, they have chosen to go with the Uranus, which is a good pick against Ruby because yeah, he can out-sustain her. No matter how much damage she deals to him, she's gonna heal it back up. But then again, LCF here, they're going with the Granger, a very, very classic pick onto our guy. Because this man, he loves the Granger. He just never leaves the Granger alone, right?
India and Bhutanese team, they absolutely love this Granger. Like, I mean, developers, if you want money, just keep releasing Granger skins on this continent and you're gonna be able to buy a nuclear reactor. because that's because I honestly, the amount of usage that Granger has in Indian subcontinent, it's actually insane. Like, we don't exactly have like region specific data, I think. Yeah, we don't. We just have rank specific data, like Mythical Glory, Mythical Immortal. Yeah, in those ranks, Granger is not the best. But if you just go for a region specific, I feel like Granger will become the top pick in India, I can tell you. But overall, of course, the side of MSU esports, they look like they don't exactly have the, classic approaches. They're actually going in for very counter plays because first of all, we're seeing the Ruby that's going to be making sure that they have the equal hands into sustain department, right? Hey, like if you have someone who can heal up a lot and stay alive, we also got the Ruby, especially the buffed one. Just like you mentioned, we were discussing right in the first game that Ruby sustain right now is really strong. I feel like we're diving into the EXP lane meta again because we can clearly notice Lapu Lapu, Uranus, Yuzong, Ruby, they're all basically dominant EXP laners coming back into the meta. So yeah, we're going back into EXP base. Sanford must be happy, Edward as well. But yeah, jokes aside, I think the carry though is a little bit, I feel like that is 100% execution. That is 100% execution thing because theory wise, yeah, you can smother the Uranus. He's gonna be gone in seconds, but you don't have range. You don't have damage until the late game. You're gonna get outranged by the Granger. You're gonna get poked by the Granger, and you're very squishy as well because you obviously cannot build Thunder Belt anymore because of course it's adjusted, making sure that marksman cannot abuse it. You can abuse it with Clint, by the way. Give it a try in classic matches. Sometimes I would recommend it, but yeah, I'm really curious to see how good they can execute this carry. And oh, I'm loving the Angela band. They are reading through LCF because in this composition, Angela actually works really well. This is a Roger Hyper end that I'm seeing. Like, not Roger Jungle, Roger Hyper in the sense that they're putting all the resources into the Roger and they basically like sniff, like, hey, I see what you're doing. MSU coach really putting in some work. Coach Raf over here. Raf, does it stand for Rafaela? I hope I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, talking about MSU, right? Yeah. They have the carry, as you mentioned. It is going to be hard for her to go against a Granger in the laning phase because Granger, as you've mentioned, can outrange her, can outburst her in the early and mid phases of the game. So it is going to be a tough game for the carry. So yeah, the carry, basically the main thing that she has to focus on is going to be, playing safe and stick to the turret as much as possible. And yeah, the fact that they have the Uranus will just basically focus on the lane clear and the rotation. There is nothing the Uranus can do to kill the Ruby, neither the Ruby. So both of these EXP are gonna work on the lane clear and look for rotation. And the fact that, MSU, they have even the Luoyi, which, recently got nerfed, the diversion, that was a big nerf on the diversion because now, even if you teleport, your location is going to be exposed. So no more sneaky plays for our Louis as well as the chip there. So that is a big drawback onto the diversion as well. So they have to, be really considerate with the Louis ultimate there and, make sure to use it very crucially. And oh my god, Ray, what are we seeing here? Man, I did not see the Kadita coming. Our mermaid, Ariel, making a debut here with, onto the side of LCF. I'm actually flabbergasted right now. What do you have to say about the Kadita?
Loving the pick, and I was expecting a Khadija to be coming in because I've been telling, Indian teams like, hey, is that a Khadija jungle? That is a Khadija jungle if I've ever seen on MSC Esports. I love you because this is what I need. I need some spice. I need something very good, like something tasty in the game. Yeah. I'm loving this, and obviously they have to respond with the Carmilla immediately because of course there's the Estes, there's the Luoi. They're gonna be going for that Ube strat. Malaysia, what other team is better to go for an Ube strat than Malaysia? Of course, yeah, I know Philippines can do that as well, but yeah, I'm just saying Malaysia will be doing that Ube strat, and ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be seeing Ube against. This is basically a front to back. Yep, front to back, especially with the Granger going against each other. LCF versus MSC Esports. We're in for a treat, and this match is gonna be definitely exciting overall. And I think that Carmilla was unwarranted. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like that Carmilla is just to make sure that Estes and Luoi don't cause too much havoc into the Land of Dawn, because we are in for a treat. Kaja jungle, the Estes support, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. As you can see on your screen, this beautiful place where we've spent years grinding over here. But True International, this is it. Swiss stage 1-1 brackets, and Team LCF versus MSU. Intercasting this, myself Ray, and I'm joined by your boy Wanza.
I mean, I really love the fact that, they're spicing up the game for us. This is, what happens when you have coaches on your side. They love to experiment, they love to take the risk, and they love to take heroes like Kaja. And man, the fact that they have the Kaja paired with the Estes is a holy wombo combo. You know why, Ray? Yes, the Estes is nerfed, but the fact that they have provided him with a beautiful passive. But yeah, I'm just yapping too much, and we, even got to witness the first blood right there.
First blood immediately comes in the hands of none other than our guy Anti, and this is the Uranus buff, man. Like 100%, this guy somehow dishes out so much damage into the early game because he can get his stacks faster, and his Radiance stacks, by the way, it's called Radiance, which is pretty funny because there's Radiant armor. But yeah, his Radiance stacks actually help him dish out damage according to how many stacks he has. And just like I mentioned, the physical magic based damage, it's really insane because we clearly see he can dominate lanes as well as everything. I'm loving the name of the Estes. It's Kirito, like loving the enthusiasm over there. But the score sits at 0-1. The first battle is going to be coming in 20 seconds. The Roger versus the Kaja. Roger should win it out, but if they have better zoning capabilities, I think the Kaja will get it. But over here, Anti, just being a nuisance, just being a menace, will just heal back up.
I mean, they did manage to secure the first kill, and that is a good advantage for them in the early game. And it seems like even the Kita is looking for the level 4, will be getting the level 4 soon. I will be camping onto the bush, and our guy Vegeta here, he just gonna be roaming around the turtle, not gonna be able to do much because he can't really dive in because there's just way too much zoning coming up from Carmilla there.
Oh, a lot of damage. Louis does this shit out on the time, but Sarar Moon secures the turtle for themselves. There's Fars coming in with the Ruby. The okay, Kadita Asuna over here tried to dish out some damage, but we'll just have to retreat so far. And this just looks like it's going to be a little bit of issue until they get Louis like beefed up on that itemization, because she is not able to provide that much. But maybe with the diversion they can catch someone off guard. But look at the Uranus Anti over here just being a complete annoyance to the hands of MSU. They get the turtle right now, sorry, the red buff, but force a retribution. They can possibly go for another invasion, but looks like Sorarmon just wants to go for a safe route.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that onto the side of MSU, they have an Estes. I feel like in the mid phases and late phases of the game, this Estes will be really crucial because he can stick with the team, and the fact that his heal, Ray. Now, it is not only a heal, it is actually like it provides you with a hybrid defense. Before it provided you, the first skill, it provided you with extra damage. Now he even provides hybrid defense, and that hybrid defense, it goes up to 15 to 30, which is really huge. 30 hybrid defense, oh my god, that is just like really good in the early and mid phase of the game. So even though it's a Kaja, it is going to be quite tanky in the early and mid game if you pair that really well with the Estes. And here we go, we see so much going on here. Oh,
coming in. The SS will do his engage, but it's not going to be enough because immediately Rudius with that Curse of the Blood will shred out the damage and triple kill for Sorar Moon. Looks like LCF are in for the revenge, but I'm going to be honest with you. This is classic LCF. They lead the game very on from the early phases, but it's just how well they can end the game that will cement. Because after all, MSU do have a strong late game contender, and looking at the instant replay, you can clearly see that Bloodlink just decimated the hands of MSU.
Yeah. I mean, this is the classic LCF, you know, like they do really well in the mid and early phase of the game, but then again, look at that, another kill onto the side of, yeah, they just got another kill there, so it's pretty good for them, and they even stole the turtle. And, you know, the fact that they're leading the early, oh my god, Ray, just look at the Uranus, man, he is such a troublemaker.
Absolutely, and Ruby is getting bursted out. I feel like until we see 12 minutes in, I don't think MSU can respond back or retaliate because they're lacking on a lot of departments. You notice that in sustain, SS only scales up in the later phases, right? Then you have the Ruby. She needs to crank that defense up, and the spell vamp as well. She's Uranus. The best thing about Uranus, and the reason he's getting picked up, he doesn't need any items. That's his passive. That's how he heals. So he can just full defense, and he still have much better sustenance than the Ruby. But Ruby will have to build up the blood, of course, that War X first to get the spell vamp, and then she also needs that defense, the Queen's Wings, to sustain. And because of it, we can clearly see some disparity right now. The Ruby got bursted out, and there's also, considering the fact that there's burst in obviously counter outs sustain heroes, because you can't really sustain if you're basically obliviated from the map. But overall, possible engage coming in from the top lane, but the Ruby is all alone, catching up for herself. But there is a Rudius coming in with the Blood Moon curse, but it's not going to be enough. But a lot of damage being dished out, but poking from the Stark TZ over here as well. And looking at the fact, okay, let's see, both the teams trade some blows, but into the bottom lane, the turret, oh no, it's not just turret, it's Mika Boy will fall. Score sits at 0-7, not James Bond.
I mean, Ray, isn't this, you know, what happened against LCF and
Yeah.
MSU? Basically what happened previously as well. LCF was on the total domination against
Look at heal
MSU.
ranking.
Yeah, this is, you know, this is like a deja vu because right now they are dominating as well. But then again, if, you know, if MSU, they can catch up like they did previously, and boy, you know, Mika Boy was their main key player who carried in the previous game, like where, you know, LCF, they lost against them. So this time around as well, they have to look out for Mika Boy. But then again, just look at I Am Offended connects beautifully there.
A beautiful connect from the I Am Offended, but look at the amount of damage that was just dished out from Asuna with this mermaid, and the follow-up from Star TZ. He even gets a purple buff for himself. This guy is a menace, but overall, look at the amount of damage that they are dishing out. But unfortunately, they don't have a finisher. Kaja is purely utility. The only person like he's there just to make sure to shut down someone. Vegeta needs to obviously mark only one guy, and that's Stark TZ, because look at the gold ranking. It is 5,000 in just under 8 minutes, and the only one that can catch up right now is Mika Boy, who's 1,000 away, and then there's Ruby. They're so behind, and oh, look at the damage. I cannot even stop speaking because they just keep on going and going, because Stark TZ will get the kills over here. Double kill for the hands of LCF. They do. Vegeta does get the hands into the Granger, but that was a bad timing because there was just no follow-up. Triple kill for this marksman. Granger, right now, he's looking for a Maniac, but they can't really find a space to go for. Vegeta, I feel like that was miscommunicated. They could have pulled him a little bit earlier.
I feel like, you know, this is what LCF need. They need to just maintain this consistency of the game, because if they can maintain this, they can easily end the game and not let MSU catch up. But then again, look at the Carmilla being stuck there, not being able to do anything, and it's just gonna be, you know, a free kill to the side of MSU, because yeah, it's a Carmilla, she has no dashes, so there's no way she can jump out of that wall. But then again, look at the beautiful
God. The Kadita burst combined with the barrage from the Stark TZ. Double kill for Granger, and he looks like he wants to go for the triple, but he doesn't have enough energy, and he has to go back. And you know, you're talking about it. You know, Carmilla, when she gets stuck, only her boyfriend can help her, like literally, because yeah, literally, because she doesn't have any dash. Just like you said, when does she get the dash? When she's paired up with Sicilian, she can cross over walls like that. So yeah, it's pretty funny that the developers decided to add that hint. When your girlfriend gets stuck, only the boyfriend can help you. But yeah, that's something nice from the developers. Promoting positive relationships. That's exactly what we need right now. And I think what they like. This is an U-based threat, right? This is bonding, but they're not able to like really track down into someone because they were trying to take down Sarkezi, but the follow-up was absolutely not there because Vegeta committed a little bit too late. And I feel like unless there's some form of commitment, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Oh, Ray, Curse of Blood connects. Oh my god.
Okay. There's a possible engage coming in, and not just possible because this was a beautiful one. Start easy, just going ham. This guy is not stopping, and as soon as follow up with the knockup, it's just beautiful. It looks like they want to go in for it, and possibly making it a very fast-paced game. But the minion waves will come in, and right now just defend it for a little bit longer, or is it? Because they're cracking down the base. They might just be able to get it shut down. But legendary for Sarkezi. Revenge is best served cold hard. It can decide it because they end the game under 10 minutes. They don't even let the game go to the late phase. They're like, oh, your strength is late game. We're not gonna let you get to it. MSU Esports will ultimately face a defeat, and LCF will get the revenge served sweet and nice. Their domination was nasty, and that is an understatement.
Cold, I felt like throughout the entirety of the game, my skin was actually cold because LCF, they were so cold-blooded. There was absolutely no mercy, from their side. They were not giving MSU for a chance to even have a breath. They were giving them no breather throughout the entirety of the game. Here they're just picking member left and right one by one, and man, when LCF, they come together in team fight, there's absolutely nothing that MSU can do because man, it is an Estes, it is a Louis, it is a Kaja, it is a they all are item dependent, and and when you don't have kills, you don't have gold, and you don't have gold, you have no items, so basically you have no damage, you have no sustain whatsoever. And LCF on the other hand, the raw damage, the raw defense, everything is just present right off the early game, so that is a big W for them, big advantage. Drafting was made beautiful. And yeah, we like to see a lot of spice in the draft, but then again, the spice, sometimes it can be too spicy, and it is just not edible, and that's what happened here. Even with MSU, the Kaja pick was just way too spicy. The people who were dining, they refused to eat the spicy stuff, so that did not work.
Loving your analogies over here, once,
Yeah.
but I think they had a plan, but yeah, it did not work out. I think that's simple, and LCF just played better. Like today, they played extremely aggressive from the minute one, and they were able to get it. Like look at this staggering amount of goal lead. That's, oh my god, 13,000 goal lead. That is insane over here because that is crazy. That is insane amount of lead. 13,000 goal lead. That is I just can't wrap my hand around it. How do you even do it? Like that is something you'd see like 15 minutes into the game. They did it under 10 minutes. And 3 Sky Piercers. That is wombo, I would just tell you. Like, but yeah, we can look at the damage dealt, 63,000 from the Granger all alone, and rest of the members sit around at 20k. If the Uranus comes in at third, then obviously second is Asuna on this Kadita, but it is pretty crazy what they have accomplished, and the revenge is really definitely, I definitely think LCF can carry the Indian hope ahead and the Indian pride because they are a very strong team, and I feel like the synergy overall is great. NT is obviously one of the great EXP laners of India, and Sarkezi, I feel like he's climbing to be one of the top goal laners because what is this guy's Granger? And I feel like the next team meeting LCF, if you're not banning out the Granger, I feel like you better write your name on the Death Stone. In the competition, I mean, not like you're not gonna die in real life. Don't worry.
Yeah, and yeah, if you take a look at the screen, our rich boy and the carry is gonna be none other than our
1,000?
Yeah, man, that is just crazy. Just look at Starkteasy, with these staggering stats and staggering leads. With the best wingman, obviously, being our guy Rudius, and our Sandbag, it is gonna be Anti, man. This guy, right off the early game, always onto the enemy jungle, cutting waves, just being the sandbag, being the punching bag, and just doing everything for his team, to make space for the Roger, for the Granger, which is a totally and overall a great macro from the side of LCS. And I love the fact that they learned from their mistake. Previously, their mistake was, they had the lead, they had the domination, everything, they had it in the pocket. They were just not looking for the end. But this time around, they learned from the mistake. They learned that they should not give the opposing team the chance, to get their hands on the items and come up with a comeback. And yeah, I feel like we're gonna be having an interview in about a few seconds here.
Okay, whoever's joining in. Okay, looks like it's Mr. Error or Mr. Sarteezy.
Errol, if you're there,
Actually,
I'm
Open
I'm
cam,
at the
sir.
office. I can't open the cam. I'm working
Sir,
actually.
show your office that you own. Yeah.
No, my team is playing tournament right now. They have other matches,
Okay.
and I'm at the office, so I'm supposed to come to interview. I'm working,
Oh.
and I can't open the cam. That is the thing. But from next match, the boys will be joining, and they'll be opening the cam.
All right, busy schedules, we understand, but
I'm sorry
thank you.
for that, but
It's
legit,
okay.
I'm
It's
at the
okay.
office.
No, it's okay. We understand. Sometimes, obviously, time scheduling and things can be a little bit hectic. But overall, Mr. I think you know that your team just won against MSU Esports from Malaysia, and this was a revenge match, right?
Absolutely right. We could have won the
Yeah.
previous match itself, but then one mistake cost us the match.
Yes, late game. One mistake is basically like a needle falling off, and yeah, your whole dominoes just goes down, and yeah, that basically happens to a lot of teams, right? Slight mistake, and the game is gone. But yeah, I think you guys cemented the fact that you were basically. Last time it was a mistake, but this time you avoided anything, and you and like your team was actually able to end it under like 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 52 seconds.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we have been preparing to play against the
Wo-
MSU
mhm.
Esports, and we had our own plans and strategies, which we have pretty much executed.
Yeah, definitely. And loving the what do you say? I think the next teams they're gonna ban out the Granger for Stark TZ. Though. What do you think?
Oh, we have
Like-
plan for that. We do have a backup plan for that.
Okay, definitely. I mean, I would love for you guys to have a backup plan, and of course, it is pretty nice that you guys have been preparing. But because of course, this is the true internationals, and this is the chance for Indian teams to be facing against other teams from Southeast Asia, and of course, teams nearby India as well, like Bhutan, etc. And loving your guys' performance, of course. And right now, you're going to be getting another win, 2-1, and you're going to get. Basically, you need one more win to get into the playoff stages. So, of course, what team are you like? Of course, as you're the manager, right, or a player? What do I
I'm a
refer to you
player.
as?
Lentina is the
Okay, okay.
manager. I am the substitute
yes.
player for now.
Okay. So, since you are the one available as a player, which team are you looking forward to be facing in the True Internationals?
There is no any particular team which we have decided we would want to face, but any team it is, we are prepared. It is the first international exposure.
Yes.
And as a team representing from India, we want to make sure that Indian name is always on the top. So there's no
and we love
particular
you
team.
for it.
Yeah, and the one team is Cosmic Frogs, which we have been watching
Okay.
their matches.
Yeah.
We hope to
Looking
meet
forward
them
to
in
them.
any match. Yeah.
You're looking forward to them. Alrighty. And I think Stark that they came in, he's actually looking forward to meeting Bhutanese team. I wanted both of your opinions. It looks like he wants to go for Bhutanese teams because apparently you guys screamed against them.
Screamed,
So you want to experience it on the tournament itself. And you're looking forward to Cosmic Frogs, which is a really good team. And I'm looking forward to your performance, of course. And anything other than that, you're drafting and everything. Like, who's it usually led by?
So before every match, we get into a team discussion, and we decide what to draft, how to go in, how to go ahead, and all. And during
see.
the before the match itself, we prepare ourselves. What we need to be banned and what we need to counter ban. So at the
Mhm.
end of the day, it's Asuna and Rudius who give the call with the help of Anti-Mage,
Okay.
and then Sarar and Stark, plus me. We decide how we should be banning the hero.
That is good because your roamer really takes a priority because after all he's gonna be the one taking the punches to the face, so his opinion obviously matters most, and loving to see it. And obviously, I wanted to ask you this question actually long ago because like your team formed in, right? Like Sarar Moon, he's a new, kind of new. Right now, it's a little, you're getting hang of it. He's a new inclusion. Like, how did it happen? Like Sarar Moon into LCF, like, and how is it going? Just a little bit of opinion from Iran.
It took a time for Sarah to adjust with the team who's completely based from Mumbai and Delhi server.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
As he usually we used to play Bengal, but then we
Yep.
have given a free role to Sarah. Like
Mhm.
you do whatever you want, we are there to support you, even if it is a
Okay.
win, loss, or a retry gap. We always
That
back
is
him
sweet.
up. So
That
that's
is
why
sweet.
he's having a free hand game.
Yeah. The trust you guys have on each other is actually, quite commendable and, respectable to
That
actually.
is nice because
Yeah.
if I get retry gapped once, my team scolds me, and I'm not even the jungler, guys. Why does my
Oh,
I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty good at stealing things, but so they expect me to do it every time. But jokes aside, thank you, Mr. for coming in regards for your team and obviously sharing your opinions a little bit about your jungler, about the teams that you're looking forward to facing. Oh, last question. I feel like I'm gonna ask this to almost every team. This match, I feel like this was very aggressive from your end. You were able to get the win, but like in matches where you're struggling, right? Where like it feels like you're gonna lose, like you're in a very hot spot. What happens? But you make a comeback, right? You are able to make a comeback because we see those matches. We heard it from Stark that day. I want to hear it from you as well. What's the communication like? Is it very heated or is it like calm? You just go for short calls.
No, there is a certain set of rules which we have implemented in our team. Like even if
Oh,
you're losing the
interesting.
match, no one is supposed to get tilted or get aggressive or blame others' mistake until unless we hear the sound of victory or a loss. So after the match is done, whatever it is, please speak out your
Let
mistake.
loose.
Yep.
First
So
enough.
rectify your mistakes. So not during the match. So these are the certain rules which we are following, and we keep ourselves calm and composed, and that's the one of the reason why these days we are performing very good. So
That is, yeah, good
not having a
discipline.
fight in between the matches.
Yeah. Fight your opponents, not your teammates, definitely,
Yeah,
because that's a
absolutely.
thing we definitely need to follow. But yeah, obviously, this game can bring out the worst in us because we can get very rageful. Because yeah, it sucks when you're getting taken down a lot. It sucks when you're not able to do what you think you're gonna do. So in a lot of teams I've asked, like they struggle with this communication. Sometimes, obviously, we see that the synergy falls off as the game goes like later on. But tonight we clearly saw it. It was really beautiful. Fast pace, fast ending, and I hope you guys, obviously, especially since right now you're the only team from India representing, obviously Peak to Plummet is out of the competition, so you guys are the only one legitimate here in True International representing us. So of course, as Indian caster myself, I'm going to be a little bit biased, wishing the best to other teams as well because all of them are humble but confident, and I'm looking forward to how LCF moves ahead in the playoff stages because I think you guys are definitely going to be in playoff stages, right? I need your word for it.
Sure, we're looking forward to
Yeah.
not just qualify for the playoff, but to win the tournament. As
Yes.
to be the first Indian team. That's where our complete focus is. So any
Yes.
tournament we step in, we would like to win it.
Yeah, humble is great, but confidence and knowing what you really desire, yeah, that is also very great. But overall, thank you, Mr. Error, for coming in here from your busy schedule. You're actually in office, but yeah, you made it time for your team, and thank you for coming in for this short interview. And next time, I would love to at least see you or your other teammates
I
on
will
the
definitely.
cam
We
as
will
well.
come on cam.
Yeah.
We'll come on cam.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Wait.
Have a good day, boys. See ya.
See you and take care. We'll see you guys on the next matches. And they have confidence, and I'm loving it. And honestly, it is pretty great because I want to share something with you that a few of the ex-LCF teammates, they said that they had, communications issues. That's why I actually asked the question, but it's pretty great that they have enforced some rules to make sure to lessen those things because when we are playing the game, even sometimes it happens, right? When you're losing, right? Because the reason we get mad is because, of course, we're wasting time. Like if it's not a victory, it feels like a time not spent well, and because of it we get upset and we tend to be rageful, but it can be very detrimental in matches where communication is important. You need to give out proper calls, you need to put your head in the game and make sure you're not making any silly mistakes. And I'm really glad that LCF is going for a little bit more disciplinary route, a little bit strict, but it's good because after all, to win a tournament, you need a lot of discipline, and they're really improving. Loving to see this team is improving. Of course, they're from India, so we're feeling a little bit prideful as well. But looking forward to other teams because, of course, we just lost the last match, right? From the other nationals teams as well. The Bhutanis won, and overall, looking forward to how they perform. And Philippines, of course, dominated. So looking forward to those engages, and they're looking forward to Cosmic Frog. So it's gonna be a really good playoff stage. I can already tell once. So once I've already yapped quite a much for the interview. I'm sorry if you wanted to say up anything, but of course, take the mic right now. Yeah, take it. Yeah, it's yours.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I was just enjoying the conversation. So I was just like totally, you know, just you know,
Thank you.
it was like totally concentrated and just going with the flow because yeah, that was a pretty fun interview, and yeah, the fact that you know you've highlighted the other teams as well is pretty good. But yeah, this time around, guys, we are still gonna be heading towards next matches. So there are still 2 more matches. I mean, you know, 2 more matches left.
Two more matches,
against-
third match. Yeah.
that is like you know, still something which you would be looking forward to. So you know, without taking much time, you know, we're just gonna be calling it off for now. Me and Ray will be off the caster desk. We'll be back with a short break with a new set of casters. So stick around and stay tuned for the upcoming matches as well. So
And take
yeah,
care.
this is me and Ray, and we'll be, you know, signing off for now.
Bye bye.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back today. Right now, we have Timur Puro who will be going against Trident Continue, filling it out in this best of one series. And yes, I'm gonna be solo casting today, even though I have a little bit of a net issue right now. If there's a little bit of a lag, I think you should blame my equipment, not me. Okay. And then about that, because this is going to be an interesting matchup, because Timur Puro will be going against Trident Continue, and they are, this is a dire position for both of them. They want to go into the next round, and they do not want to be knocked out, and it's going to be where they are going to be hanging on a threat. So one exciting thing is that this is just a best of one series. In best of threes, you have the chances to go and have experiment, or even a way to go for tries and have a chance. But in the best of one series, you wanna go all in. You wanna get it all in and just wanna use everything that you have, even to the point that you'll be trying to go for the comfort over the meta sometimes. Because in best of one series, you'll never know what you're gonna be getting. So it's gonna be interesting one that we are gonna be having right now. Okay. I think we do have time, a little bit of time right here. So you know what, you're gonna have to hear me listen to me, because for so far, I think the best team that we have seen so far has to be Cosmic Frogs as well as KK Esports. They were appearing so good and so well, and of course I think KK Esports have been the fans' favorite. They do have the capability to have that. They have a lot of fans as well, but we will not be having them today because we'll have the lower brackets, not the lower brackets, but the 0-1 brackets right now. So it's gonna be one of an epic showdown. Yeah, it's a very used word, but what can we say? It's just there. It's just the meaning of it. And of course, we're gonna be seeing a lot of change in the metas, a different kind of lineups, synergies, composition as well. And with this kind of meta, we have always been able to have a little bit of what was that? A little bit of change up in composition sometimes, because it's either it's the meta, or either it's the I mean, this is a very balanced meta right now. It can be either metas of the assassin or even the jungle utility most of the time. But then when you go and try to focus on your jungle most of the time, you do really wanna see what kind of lineup you wanna go for, because when you have assassin into the jungle, you wanna have a winning lane into the mid side, especially the mid lane, because assassin does really well when you have a winning mid laner. So that's why most of the time when we see a jungle, the Farsa appears, the Kimi appears in the mid lane. I think most of the time she's very good here onto the onto the other side most of the time. But okay, are we seeing a little bit of change that in the draft? Wait. I was trying to yep, man. Like really here. Timur Puro will be going against Try Continue. And we have right now, of course, it. Which I am actually very used to, so it's kind of a fresh air to see how they are changing up their metas as well. But the 1-1 ban coming through and the 4-ban, this is actually very understandable. The 1-1 does really well against those against those heroes that are utility, especially into the jungle. are banning it away. I think they're just actually trying to go for it. Wait, these are... The bans are in, and I think, Uranus also gone. Okay, this is understandable. The Uranus always have to go. Because its attacks always provide a lot of annoyance, and they provide a lot of he provides a lot of journey potential to the opponent most of the time. So this is very understandable right now. And what could they ban here for Trident Continue? If they ban out the Lancelot as well as the 1/1, they look like they want to go for the utility jungle. So they're actually the one banning out the Matilda right here. Okay, first pick to the hands of Team Pro, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Lapu Lapu first pick, because it's still understandable that the Lapu Lapu is such an amazing hero into the first pick as well. Very safe to say that it's also one of the safest hero that you can pick into the first phase most of the time. But then again, I think if it's this is a little bit of a different kind of meta we have seen all over the map, so all around the world. So maybe we'll never know what we are gonna be seeing right now as of now. But Team Pro, they do have the first pick into their hands. What is a good hero to first pick? I was actually manifesting for Lapu Lapu, but because they did ban away the Uranus. Oh, there we go. Baxia actually. Okay, Baxia does have a lot of priority here.
You should.
I think it's understandable because the Baxia does really well against those healers and those utilities who does have a lot of hybrid potential and healing potential and seal potential. But okay, Trident Continue, they went directly for the Fredrin because they were always looking like they just wanna win. I mean, they just wanna go for the utility, and the Fredrin is the best possible hero that you would want to go for. And I think this is a really good choice here for Trident Continue to go for that. And the thing is,
Experience the euphony of suffering.
they pick up the Zushin
This land is our
because
homeland, and it will soon
they
be
don't
our
want
burial
to
ground.
give it into the hands of the side of Turo. Understandable that. But oh, look at this, the Lapu Lapu coming into play here right now. And alright, I actually thought that the Lapu Lapu would be into the first pick, but it's very understandable that it's still in the first phase. But they really want to go out and counter the Lapu Lapu into the XP lane, just picking out the CC. But I do not know if the CC is gonna be good against the Lapu Lapu in this current meta, because Lapu have a very wide range of capabilities, and the CC does not really have it. It's just gonna be used but with good that he already have enough. But Lapu Lapu though, he is actually going to be winning out all and everything at this point. But the thing is, they ban away the ESL because they picked away the Granger already, and Trident Continue banning out the first half. Very good hero to ban away. It's just that I do not know why the Lunox was banned though, because I think it has to do something with the Fredrin, so that the Fredrin could be having a great time, because the Lunox does really good, well, true damage, a lot of penetration as well, until against the utility jungle, the utility heroes. So it's very understandable that they take it away. But the first side is such a good one, because you do not want to outrange, you don't want to get outranged, you do not want to have the damage all over you most of the time. And I think that is what the Zushin want to do here instead. So the mazes are actually very at this point, but still Adita is still there, but we will do
Tail's been itching for a real fight.
great. But Team Pro, they ban away the carry instead. Oh, I thought that the carry would be a great counter for the no, for the Fredrin. Wait, okay, they get the Granger right now, so it's but Kalea though picked away by I don't usually see any Trident Continue to go for the Kalea here though. unless they go for the Beatrix into the goal lane, I don't think there's gonna be any Starburst onto their side because already Timur Pro they banned away the carry. Now the Shredder is gone.
To live.
But their choices, the Faram is appearing onto their side as well as the Angela together. Wow, Timur Pro, they just really do not want to give away any chances for Trident continue to have alive here. They want to stay in a team fight as much as possible, but the Bruno already appearing to the side of Trident continue. They want to go for a counter into the goal lane as well. You know, usually when the Bruno was actually shining and then came, it's really a good thing that the Bruno is already back again. But the thing is, it's gonna be actually a 50-50 into the goal lane, but usually Gwender used to win, but this time around Bruno might actually have a good time because there's a lot of mobility, a lot of way to side, and the Bucks, yeah, of course she's gonna always be trying to certain your healing potential, but the thing is Trident continue, they just have one healer to the side, so it's gonna be okay. But we'll never know what we're gonna be seeing. Timur Pro against Trident continue, we're gonna be seeing them in this best of one situation. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you into the Land of Dawn. Here we go, let's see what the future is telling us. We're gonna be seeing on top, only time will tell us. So already into the Land of Dawn, we see you who is onto the Angela. It's actually great, but you know, Angela together with the Faramis, I think the mid lane is not gonna be that bad. I mean, not that great. Alright, onto the mid lane, open. Just being teased out just a little bit. Okay, this is a meta I've never seen before because the Faramis are going against the Jushin. I thought the Faramis gonna won though. But I think we have our companion onto our side right now. I'm not gonna be solo. I'm not gonna be alone no more because hello Seb, are you back here? Sebastian! Hello Sebastian! I think it's a Little Mermaid sing Sebastian. Sure, look at that, open onto the mid lane though, was able to clear away a lot of gold, but a little bit of 8 onto the bot lane though. The Kalea are playing so aggressive, like just trying to get a little bit of a lead for his marksman right there, but onto the top lane though, Madeira, it was caught on, spotted by the Fredrin. Well, but he will be able to walk away and point. But the last time I saw Brian Dex onto the jungle, he was playing the Lancelot, and this time around he's going for the utility, so no assassin for him as well. They were the one actually banning out the Lancelot, so I think we're gonna be seeing a new side of him. But who's gonna be winning out onto the retribution right here? So let it. Okay, Turtle secured, but Yu was the one actually getting a kill onto Basil. Okay. I am unable to see what's happening here though. Let me rewatch it. Wait, 1 second. Okay, sorry guys for that because Cyrie Tail, it's actually, I just realized the name Cyrie Tail. But the builds onto the hands of the Lapu Lapu, it's just gonna be the Fury Hammer that he got on. And most of the time people don't, I mean, the YX is good and all, but you know, it depends on, it's very situational this time around this current patch. The Lapu usually go for the Hunter Strike and directly to the Blood Wings. Wait, not Blood Wings, man. Queen's Wings. Yes, that's the word. Okay. I think that has to be situational too. And right now, I feel like he's actually gonna go for the Hunter Strike. Also, if he does go for it, it's gonna be worth it because into the backline he can have so many places to dive. But onto the mid lane, though, there's a lot of damage coming through Basil. Caught into the midst of it, all the rolling, pulling happening. The Heart Guard is also available for the Boxer as well as another Ram caught on. A lot of skirmishes. Sari Tail with a kill onto Basil, able to walk away, but that's gonna be the displacement coming out. Sherrod able to get Madeira onto his hands, and there's another one coming through. The Zeusyn doing a lot of displacement. Sherrod with the double kill on to another. There we go. He have the flying tackle able to survive. He will be getting back unscathed with the perfect flying tackle that he did. Look at that, the damage done right here. Onto the perfect time. The Nether Realm was also there, but oh my goodness, Sari Tail, he does get the kill onto Basil, but Sherrod, he does have a lot of kills onto his kit right now. He does also have the flicker too. The rotation wise, I would say he's just gonna come out on top, but the turtle's already slain onto the mid lane though. Sari Tail might be in trouble. He does have the seal and he will be able to dash away to survive. 4-3 into the score. Under 5 minutes of this game, Turtle already taken secured by the Fredrin yet again. Looking the build so far, the Faram is actually going for the top woods when he could have, literally, I mean, he just wanna have there a little bit of like sustainability. It's understandable. But yep, finally, Mr. Sebastian from the Little Mermaid is back.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I had some, very, very inconvenient stuff happening around, but there we have it. Top lane looks like they might be clash as well. And the bot lane, Kilia, dives in so elegantly as well, helping a huge support there for their side. The goal lane once again is, it could possibly be on the hands of Bruno here. His burst is pretty high as well, considering the fact that even though he's nerfed, his range was kind of nerfed out. They kind of, added him a wee bit back into the meta maybe because they reduced his stacks to 8, so now he's able to deal as much damage as he can. But Pasha once again with the Heart Guard being popped up as well, with the realm being locked in. Lapu not looking like he's gonna be able to get it, but he does. He gets the beautiful kill onto Bruno as well. Oh Debbie, what was that? That was insane.
Perfect one at that, and the Bruno did really had to fall right there for Timur Puro because he already got 2 kills into the hands when the skirmish was happening, so we do not want to give out a lot of resources to this Bruno. So I think it's very understandable that they really went for him at the perfect time because Sarah is already farming up. And onto the bot lane though.
Oh my goodness me, Ilya bad. Basil is on a streak right here. I was watching from that side as well. He might be falling. He's down, but he gets away instead. Considering that Faram is on Timur Puro's side, the thing is they just can't unnecessarily dive in, even when they think that they can get the kill or something. But it's not going to be able to work out here. But again, Brian gets the retribution on their side as well. Is trying to continue looking like they might be able to get this, but the Nether Realm pops up once again. Fredrin looks like he's going to be in trouble, but the Heart Guard in the lock pops in as well, and he gets taken down as well. But in the world now, it's going to be Granger's side here at this point because he has the Skypiercer stacks now, and it's going to help him a lot as well.
Yeah, and I don't think this is the best idea for Trident continue to go for team fights as well, but the Vorax already into the hands of the CG as well as the Lapu. I think this guy's definitely going for the same old build right there, but mid lane, oh my goodness, Upan wasn't able to sustain that much. Wait, it was actually the bot side. Another stack for the Granger, so this guy is definitely going to be having the best time, but gold ranking though. Still, Shara under the Bruno was able to get this much goal under 8 minutes of this game, so definitely Trident continue can try to play this game into the late part, the late parts because they have the Bruno onto their side. He's going to be scaling up quite a lot, and he already got the Hazard Claws, so he'll be able to survive. But right now, though, his position is kind of dire.
Yo, look at Lapu and the Heart Guard, dude. There's no way you're gonna survive that as well. But there we have it. Basha looks like he's gonna be going down as well. No, yes, he does get taken down by OP here. Look, Fredrin looks like he's gonna be in trouble. I don't think he's gonna be able to make it out here. But there we have it. Lapu dealing as much damage as possible as well. They're able to defend the turret at the same time. And oh my goodness me, Brian! Beautiful play on their side. Lapu looks like he's trying to get the Zushin there, but they're all... What in the world? Oh my goodness me, what is what is happening to Teemo Puro? Oh, again picked up like a baby. Zushin is on his streak here. No, this is what you can have a Lapu, you can have a Basha, but if you have a Zushin in your opponent, now that it's just gonna mess things up for you. Especially once you know that you're not in their range, or whether you're not in their targets at that point. Zushin is just gonna shine brightly against these guys, as they are utility-based heroes as well. You do not want to get utility-based heroes against them as well. Try to continue against the Lord as well on their side, but it looks like they might be falling down here as Teemo Puro gets a double kill by K. He's finally, stacking up his Sky Piercer as well, so that's pretty nasty, and looks like Brian's gonna be taken down here. Pretty beautiful monster kill coming up as well.
Yep, that was perfect Lord take as well, and a lot of damage coming through for Trident Continue. They are in a position where they can try to go for kills all of the time, but actually, funnily enough, there's a lot of goal. There isn't a lot of goal differences here into the hands of Teemo Puro as well. They will be able to catch up, but look at the damage on Madeira though. He was able to survive that, but that's not gonna be long enough. It can't happen that much again. If he ever stays there, he's gonna be bursted down because the Bruno already have a lot of items on his kit. His balls are gonna be hurting, so already the Lord will be taken care of, because this is just an elemental Lord, and he's just gonna be getting a little bit of a goal onto the side as well, and a very good decision for Teemo Puro to give all the last hits to the Granger too, because K at this point is going to be needing a lot of Capriccio stacks and will never have to, so that they will have to have their win conditions right, because already for the side of Trident Continue, they have their marksmen farm up, and if Teemo Puro is able to catch up, it's going to be a better case for them.
Exactly. I agree with you as well. This kind of looks like Timor is doing a pretty good job at handling the the offenses as well, because they know that they have a Feramis here, considering the fact that he's going to be able to help out so much in the group fights, but it could be a pretty bad case in their side at the same time as well, because the break that he kind of gets when you lose the HP that Feramis provides. And there's like a tiny window where you're going to be able to do something about that as well, but looks like Basha is in trouble here. Hardcard has popped up, but I don't think he's going to survive that, but no! The Netherrealm pops in once again, as Teemo looks like they might be able to win this out, but look at the HPs coming up. But he tried to continue there. Granger is only left here as well. Get the double kill as well. Granger is such a big issue on their side right now, and it's proving to be a lot of problem for their side. This is the reason why even if Bruno has been picked out, he did get a bit of a buff, but the thing is, late game, Granger and his stacks are just going to be able to shine so brightly as well, and over the fact that he's going to be able to spam a lot of the burst skills that he has. It's pretty nasty to go against that as well. Look at it really looked like Try to Continue we're going to be able to pull this out, but the issue is that Lapu got away as well. That was intense.
That's Lapu we are talking about. He just doesn't die. You're gonna be needing a Shredder into your side to be able to get him down. But another Lord into the hand. This is the second Lord into the hands of my Madeira right now. But look at the Granger build though. He's already got the full items right now, and maybe he's possibly going for the Win of Nature, because of course you do want to get out the Win of Nature into when you go against the Bruno here. So I think he's already kept up and even to the goal lead going against the Bruno. And right now, I think he's also going for the Bruno is actually also going for the Win of Nature too. Maybe there's a possibility that they want to go stay in a team fight, but they have to actually wait for this Win of Nature to come through. But I'm pro though. Basil a little bit of tease here and there, but the top lane will be taken by Timur Puro here. This is a little bit of a comeback that we are seeing right now. Not just a little bit, but a great comeback coming out from them. 8 kills already into the hands of the Granger. He's going to be having a lot of stacks, at least 50 I would recommend. But bot lane though, the Lord is marching in. The lanes are sync, and I think Timur Puro is trying to look for more here.
Definitely. As the Lord marches on as well, seems to be the case on their side. It looks like, might be able to continue this on the Nether Realm. Is no more for their side, and they can, kind of use this as their advantage as well. And there we have it, Kalia pops in on that Bashia, the anti-heal, no more available for their side as well. Now there's going to be an issue. There's 5 of them, and there's only 4 right now. They're not going to be able to push this Lord and use it to their advantage, even though they do have the goal difference. The main thing would be that the HP, the HP growths on the side of trying to continue is pretty insane. It's pretty huge, and you're gonna need a demon hunter or something like that deals damage according to HP based. And Granger, let's just say he's not really used for that sort of stuff. But then again, his burst is pretty good as long as he has enough stacks, But he's gonna be able to do something about that. But oh man, just one wrong move by K and the whole team is gonna fall off. Because in the end, he is the main damage dealer along with Lapu. Lapu, even though he's the main damage dealer there, he's pretty tanky, and I love what they did to him. The old Lapu is back, and this just I think this is one of the horrors that old Mobile Legends players would mention just differently as well about Lapu. And the people who would, kind of join in new, they'd be like, Lapu, this guy doesn't look harmless. And then, all those memories popping back about how OP Lapu was. And then right now, this meta, they're like, why is he so strong? It's just him. It's just him. That's about it. That's literally about it. And Timur are able to, they're going to be able to exhort that along with the Heart Guard. And the fact that they have a Nether Realm, that's kind of like cheating. It's like giving away, a similar HP bar to what Lapu has, but there's 3 levels like Masha. They don't go off easy, but okay, though. I kind of thought they would focus on getting the Faramis, but he wasn't close enough. Timur knew exactly where they were going as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming through, and now I think for Timur Puro, they do have a position to try to go for this kind of composition here, but they can try to contest into this Lord as well. But look at the damage coming through. Oh, the Bucks are into the picture here right now. Brian's with the steal onto the repeater right there. He's gonna be taken very low, but onto the backline though. The Kalea is trying to get a kill. Shut down for open right there onto K. The monster kill into his hands. The Harga will not be popped enough, but Madeira was able to survive. But Exorc though, he might be in trouble here. That's a taste coming through. Try and continue with the Lord marching in into the mid lane as well. Godlight for the juice in right now. The recall spams coming in and stare at with the damage onto the turret. They are marching into the mid lane. This might be a possible end.
What the world was that?
Oh
my goodness.
man.
What? Yeah, the last group fight there. Debbie, what in the world was that? Oh my goodness me, what? Brian, what the heck was that retribution? Oh my goodness me, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked at this point. What the heck was I watching, dude?
That was such an amazing place for Trident. Continue right there. They were, the perfect setup that they did onto the Lord pit was so good because they did have the priority into the mid side as well, because they secured the mid lane onto the mid boost, the top lane, the bot lane as well. And the only way that Timur Puro will be able to come in was through the red buff, because every place was secured by the side of Trident Continue, and that's what you have. And you do not want to, achieve the Kumar with the with rolling into the boosters right there, because I don't think even the Bastia doesn't really want to do that, right? So yeah, the Haga, actually was popped onto the Baksa. Of course, you want to combo the Baksa together with the Angela, but then again onto the backline there was Basil, just focusing on K, the Granger right there, and there was a lot of damage coming through as well. And even the Tuxin, man, he was able to get that kill. He got a lot of stacks onto the Sky Piercer.
Exactly. And the thing was, I have to say, man, it was pretty nasty of this. Wait, what?
Okay, that was a fluke.
Okay, that was probably the. The thing was, I saw the way OP was positioning himself. He was just waiting for K to make a mistake, and that was what happened. And Brian, oh my goodness me, those retribution timings, man. What? I did not expect to see, because did you see the amount of players that got knocked out by Lord? It was around I think it was around 8. Yeah, 8 players got knocked up, and he still got the retribution, and he even got knocked up as well. That was weird. Oh man! I think the fact was that he was really marching on to see where K was, and he succeeded in it. That was about it. And just like I mentioned, right, the moment K falls off, it's just the whole team is gonna completely fall off. They do not have the damage dealer. They have the sustainers, like the Basha, Hard Guard, NetherRealm, everything else, but they just didn't have the Granger to deal enough damage as well. And oh my goodness me, well done, Trident Continue. Well done.
Well done, man. That was good. I mean, their decision makings, everything, it was so on point. And we cannot ignore that. I would be shocked if the MVPs are shared too, because like you mentioned, Brian had a very perfect retribution right there onto the Granger, onto the Fred when he was able to get the Lord set that's so required. The only time I see him losing on the objective was when it was actually a free Lord from Madeira onto the Baxter, so I think it was commendable that too. And of course we cannot forget the Juicy Man. He was so superb that game. He was able to get a lot of kills, but I feel really pressured for K, man. He was able to get a lot of kills into his hands, but no, it's just too much for him.
100% deep fight participation.
Yeah.
My goodness me.
Man.
I didn't know, but then it was kind of obvious with the way he was positioning himself every single time that you think that you're about to get away. OP was just ready to catch them off guard, and that's exactly what happened.
Absolutely right, and a lot of damage coming on from their side as well. And looking at the stats right there, I think everyone was actually already full build, and the last build for Emperor was actually a soul one. Yeah, that was how long and a lot of goal was there for both of these teams here right now. And I think there was a good movement coming out from the side of Trident Continue. They were playing so consistently from the start, and they have a little bit fall out into the mid game, but then again they really did a really good comeback onto the Lord fight. Again, they were able to secure any kind of boosts here and there. No opening for the side of Timor Pro, and everyone in this Trident Continue were commendable, because even Basil was able to get a perfect zone and a perfect crowd control onto the most important member for the side of Timor Pro, right? It was commendable.
I gotta say, but the goal lane, even though Bruno was perfect in this situation, but against Granger in that lane, if he didn't really have that much help, he was gonna struggle so much, because even though Bruno was gonna be dealing a huge ton of damage, the thing is that he's kind of slow in a way. Kind of slow. You gotta wait for that ball to come back in and deal that crit damage as well. And I think Gabby would have been a really good situation at that point too. Because NetherRealm, the hard guard, the shields, everything, the true damage is just gonna help everything. The true damage just solves almost everything in this game, though. And I gotta say, I just found it weird that they didn't pick off the carry though. Was it banned though? I did miss out the draft, which is sad.
It's actually banned from the side of Timor Pro. They were actually the one taking it away. No. It's shocking, right? Look at this. It's shocking to see that the rich guy is actually the mid laner, Upan, onto the Juicin. When you have a Bruno who's literally farming 2 kills into the early game already, but it's still the Juicin, man. When you farm up your Juicin so much like this into the early game, of course he's gonna be playing this well, and the carry as well. Then it's dealt onto him as well. But I think we're gonna be having a interview, man. We're gonna have to talk to the jungle, for the side of Trident Continue, right? We have to wait for them. I really want to ask them, man.
Can't wait to compliment him on the retribution.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me.
That's what.
You know, the only time he didn't get the retribution was when he didn't fight for it. You know,
Yeah. That's what.
nasty. That
The
was
only
scary.
time.
Imagine you go. That's like complete aura farming at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Stigma, man. Especially on the hero like the first one. I think he's already up, but yeah, we have to see him, man. He already came the last time in the interview. We had a good talk with him also, right? So right now we're gonna be seeing him again, I guess.
Hello, Brian. Hello.
Hey, hello.
Well done. Congratulations on your win. Your retribution battle was perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
100%, no, 1,000% accuracy at this point, man. Oh my goodness me. What in the world? How do you train, dude? Do you play 50 matches of jungle a day? Because that is like the way you played was like precision was on top. That was wonderful.
Pede, percaya diri. Confident.
Confidence, okay.
That's perfect. You know, could you ask him if what were his thoughts on when they ended the match, and what was their main issue with the going against Timor Puro?
Grangernya sih.
Granger. Yeah, it's the Granger. Just as he's mentioned, we were talking about how annoying Granger was in the goal lane and exactly what he did. No, I gotta say thank you so much for joining in as well. You showed excellent, teamwork in the team as well, and you guys should have proven that try to continue. You guys, I would say that was a pretty close call against Fusion Esports though, and I hope you guys can get your revenge as well. So thanks so much for joining in.
Buat tim-tim selanjutnya ya kayak biasa aja sih. Kita bakal main serius lagi.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Man, that's nasty, man. It's just he smiles so innocently after obliterating a team. I really like that.
Yeah.
Alright.
The thing is, it's actually shocking. Right, for him to say that they were having their role, they were actually obliterating a team right there, and now that he's saying into the future games he's gonna be playing a little bit more, they are gonna be playing a little bit more serious when he's already winning it so perfectly well. This is the mindset of Indonesian teams, man, and they just want to get better and better, and I really like the concept that they have right there, the mentality as well. They're just treating it like it's not a big thing, but they just want to go better. That's just humility as well, and it's such a very humble way for a player to, you gotta stay humble. I think I've heard from Win, be humble or get humble. I think that's gonna be applying to every team, man, especially Indian teams. We be humble or get humble. It has to be one of my favorite quotes so far.
Yeah, just as people have said, there's always a bigger fish.
True.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing everywhere. Whether you're working, whether you're literally being yourself at this point, there's just it may not come to people who would say like personality or job or whatever. It could be age too. So there's always a bigger fish, and I hope we get better as well. But oh my goodness me, trying to continue. Oh man, you jungle, jungle player here. I'm truly mesmerized with the way his rotations were, and the his taunting was perfect as well because he knew when to taunt, and he only taunted the opponents when he knew that his team was going to make sure that he gets the kill, or like they get the kill as well, and he didn't waste it on unless there were like 2 to 3 people there, and then that's kind of way the way that you need to play Frengen with as well. The Bruno though, it's weird. I didn't expect the Bruno pick though. Did you?
No, I wasn't. But it was actually so good. I was actually calling for a Beatrix, but we'll never know. With this team so good appearing most of the time, they have the metas on their own. But you know what? This is really not the end. Actually, we have one more game, and it's gonna be the last game for today. Because we already got around 3 games already, so of course it's going to be the last game, and we're going to be seeing 2 new teams that's going to be preparing again for the not new teams, but the already there teams. They're going to be appearing and brawling each other out in this best of 1 series again. So yep, we have to get ready for them. We have to call them. We have to get ready for that too. So why not let us take a little bit of a short break, and we will be coming back and for the last game.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the promised short break. Although it kind of took some time, the teams are ready, and we're going to be loading into the starting phase soon. But right now, we're going to be going through the interviews again. But there's going to be me, Sebastian, along with Debbie. Once again, we got Indonesia versus Malaysia right now. It's going to be Vortex's Raid versus Quantum Satoru Alpha. These two teams, they were strong, but I think maybe it could be the network, could be the thing. You could maybe not give their best at all, but you're going to see a complete change maybe around this time as well, as they've gotten their second chance this time. So let us see what they are going to be capable of in this second time as well. So Debbie, how are you feeling about this match?
I think it's going to be really exciting, right? Because two of the bigger countries with an esports scene as well, especially Mobile Legends, are going to be facing against each other. And Vortex Rain, they do have a way to try to play against the Philippines teams, But then again, this is Quantum Satoru Alpha. Why am I saying Quantum Turrets? Oh. Okay, they are gonna be facing against each other, so it's gonna be interesting to see who's gonna be coming out on top. Because a do or die situation, you do not want to waste anything. You just want to get it out in best of one series. These are the most pressured series we will ever see. Best of threes are actually fine, but best of ones are do it all or nothing, do or die kind of situation. So I think it's gonna be really important to see them trying to get their game right.
Exactly. Oh man, it's just. I'm shocked. I love watching these teams play, man. True International is really wonderful as well. I think it's like the way each country have their own meta. Like you may have mentioned this before, but we're really seeing what those metas are capable of now as well. Remember the Kaja jungle? I for one did not expect that at all, but it worked so well. That was what do I say? The lockdown and the fact that it was the macro that was important, and they got the macro as well. That was the one thing that was maybe the main issue. Again, it's good. I didn't expect it, but there are many things that are unexpected in life. Just like that, Kaja pick again, which I don't know. I have to keep talking about it because it's weird. I've never seen that properly in a tournament as well, and to witness it like this live on a day we did not even think of. A Kaja jungle here would have been the Fredrin Bane or whatever it was. They picked out Kaja and absolutely obliterated the opponent here. If I say. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Debbie.
Yep, definitely a good reason to say that. The metas is always gonna be different, and people will never know what the squads are gonna be picking, what they're gonna be cooking up as well, and it's always gonna be a different one that we're gonna be seeing. So this is also one of the reasons why I love variety. You'll never know. One reason have a different kind of meta, especially in India. You go for the Granger, the Badangs as well. But for Philippines and Indonesian, they usually try to prioritize the Yisun Sin, which is such a important hero for them because the Malaysians also usually ban away the Yisun Sin most of the time, and even the one time that was open for KK Esports, they were able to get it done very easily. So I think Yisun Sin is also such an important hero for their side too, and there's been also the Badang has been completely ignored by Indonesia most of the time, but usually it appears when the situation is always on the right. But for Bhutan and India, they usually want to go for the first pick Badang, but the only same ground, the only common thing that I've seen amongst those teams is it has to be the Lapu-Lapu. Because every country as of now, every region have been picking out the Lapu-Lapu time and again. Either it's gonna be banned away or it's gonna be picked up to the extent that he's considered as a first pick viable hero. So I think it's very understandable to see the varieties of methods as well, and the draft into the reason by reason too. But right now I think we're gonna be going into the drafting phase, but it's actually a tease here and there by Gel. But yeah, Vortex Is you know what? I'll get to the draft. Oh no! Wait! We're gonna draft? No. It's like, jokes.
At this point, just as the team is playing the battlefield, he's gonna be playing with us as well. And the stream is his own battlefield as well. If you think about it, it makes sense.
It does. The real one.
Oh no! Okay, there we go. Yeah, we got the real one right now as well. Wow. We got Coach. Have this here. Vortex Rain. They're going to be banning out that. So we do not want her anywhere near or anywhere far. As a matter of fact, with her range,
I mean, it's actually funny to say that the Hayabusa is banned away, but the thing is, for Quantum Satoru, he's just the jungler that's able to play the Hayabusa so well despite being hit with nerfs. He's gotten a lot of damage also, so I think it has to be a respect ban coming out from the side of Vortex Rings also. They just do not want to give away any kind of easy game for the Philippines, for Quantum Satoru Alpha. But the bans coming through from the side of QSA, they went for the CC ban, which is highly unlikely because you do not usually go for a ban onto the CC unless you want to play the utility, and the CC hasn't been performing so well in tournaments so far. She's been falling off, but Dang actually taken away by Vortex Rain. They want an assassin onto this side maybe.
Yeah, most definitely, because you don't ban a Barang unless you want to pick an assassin. That's one thing though. But then again, Quantum Satoru here are going to be able to pick an assassin. And Nolan, I would say, is pretty good right now, considering his burst has improved a lot. Over the fact that his release game and then his new skin game, and then he got a nerf, and then no one started using him. Which was sad, didn't expect that at all, but there we have it. It's just Barang is one of the main issues against assassins. Even high mobility heroes like Fanny here struggle a lot, because even if you're going to be able to cable away the fist cracked and the amount of fist that he can bring out on, and the stunt the CC timing is a little too much on his side, in fact. And especially if he has a attack speed build, you're practically hugging the wall at that point with him pinning you. He's gonna be pinning you to the wall. It's literally a romantic story. But go for the attack speed build here. But oh my goodness me, Quantum Satoru directly picking off the Uranus for the EXP lane. Now that is one nasty hero to go against. His healing has improved a lot as well too, so that's awesome.
Yeah, and I think the box set was also completely ignored by the side of Vortex Rain as well. But Quantum Satoru, they are so ballsy and confident to go for the first pick Uranus. Because also the time you do not even want to pick the Uranus in the first place, you just really want to go for the second pick though. But Vortex Rain, there we go. The Yi Sensei we are talking about completely ignored into the banning phase by both of these teams, and it's going to be picked away by the side of Vortex Rain as well as the Lapu Lapu. So this is the kind of meta that Indonesia and Philippines are having right now. They have a similar kind of meta. It's always going to be the Yi Sensei that they're going to be prioritizing, and a common ground for all the reasons here. The Lapu Lapu appearing against to go against a Uranus right now, and I think it's going to be a one heck of a brawly game. We are going to be seeing even the Lapu Lapu want to stay in the team fight, but Quantum Satoru Alpha, they directly went for a late game hero onto the both sides. It's going to be the
Oh, they have Matilda as well. Wonderful. Now, I have to say, Alpha is open. Really, even though they kind of nerfed his, the jungling thing, I don't think they touched his damage at all, if not mistaken. So he's still gonna have pretty good damage on their side as well, especially if you do give him the, the Sky Piercer stacks, his first kill. And the Alpha charge is going to be way too much to deal with as well. Even if you're tanky, the thing is, the more HP you have, he's just going to eat it away with the War Axe and his passive as well. So you don't want that. You do not want that on their side. And maybe the Basha is still open as well. Pretty good against Lapu, but I would say it's pretty hard to hit him at that point, so you gotta wait for some time and tank most of the damage that he's gonna be dealing. And right now, Lapu deals one a hell of a a ton of damage as well. Ranger now, this could be a good shot against the Moskov here, but late game Moskov is on another level. Maybe they're gonna be able to get that the Spear of Misery, just as remember what happened in was it Fusion Esports and the and continue, wasn't it? He was against Eastern as well. They got the Spear of Misery hit, and that was a lost cause for trying to continue to even sustain whatever HP that they had, and it just didn't work out well at that point. But I think they're going to be able to do this though. Cecilian taken out, which is pretty good. A good combo with the Matilda as well.
Yep, I think they usually wanna for the side of Vortex Rain, I do not understand why they banned out the Sicilian, because I don't think Quantum Satoru Alpha will be actually going for the Sicilian, because they have a weak goal laner into the early game, so they might actually go for a very strong mid laner. So I do not understand why they banned out the Sicilian. Maybe they do not want to give away the Conforge into the hands of Quantum Satoru, but we'll never know what's going to be happening because the fusion is taken away. And when you have a Matilda on your side, you are likely to pair it together with the utility, so they might have a utility in mind as well. Given the fact that they also ban away the Jushin too, so it's very understandable that they want to go for that. So if Vortex Rain wants to go for that, walk down that path that Quantum Satoru are setting the bait for, they could actually ban away the utility. But the thing is, there are so many utilities still available. The Boxer is also there, the Fredrin is also going to be there, so that's definitely something they have to choose amongst, but they do not want to choose anymore because they have to ban away the Eve. So the Eve, well, maybe Vortex Rain. They also want a little bit of a tankiness for their side as well. No healer whatsoever. They want a frontline for them as well. Even the Hylos hasn't been appearing quite long, right? But the thing is, Hylos is good when there's a assassin too. You just want to have that charge as well as a disengager too and a damage soaker too. But we'll never know what's going to be happening because the Eve ban and the Sicilian ban. Yep, it's just a lot of magic damage coming through for the side of Vortex Rain, and they have to take it away. But I think they're just narrowing down the choices for the mages here. Look at that, the Kalea banned away by Quantum Satoru Alpha. They do not want no pickles.
Exactly, that's good. That's good because Matilda is there, even though she's a pretty good hero to be able to take in and dive in and take out heroes with. The Kalea kind of stops that from happening, and you do not want that on their side though. Yeah, I love that. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Sand rises when I give the word.
Okay, Sandman appearing into the hands of Vortex Rain. Okay, this is gonna be a Roam Khalid, and on paper, when you see a Matilda, the Khalid is a very, very viable option. And I think with the bans coming through for the side of Quantum Satoru, them taking away the Jushin, I think it's gonna be working in favor for Vortex Rain instead, because the Khalid this time around will be having the creative time to try to go and walk all over the map, because he does have the way to surf out there, and it's just actually gonna be good. And there we go, Quantum Satoru Alpha, they set up for the Fredrin, and they're gonna be getting their Fredrin. And I also think that Vortex Rain, they did not ban out the utility because they just wanna have the Yishin go against the Fredrin. Any kind of utility is good for the Moxers, so I think they do usually understand that. But with the Sicilian being banned away, they took the Javier. Well, and the Lilia appearing again, so that's a lot of damage coming through for the side of Vortex Rain, especially early game.
Exactly. Lilia is going to be a pretty good shot against Fredrin here. The slowdown she's going to be providing along with the burst damage that she has. It's hard to go get, especially if you're a utility hero or someone, that's close range, if you're going against a Lilia, it's pretty hard to do that. And Vortex Rain having, I love that they picked out Khalid, because even they have Matilda there who's going to be roaming a lot, going into a ton of places. Her passive does give the the movement burst, and I would say that it's safe to say that he's going to be wanting to out rotate her in the lanes as well. You take it away.
There we go. The lines are set, the composition is made, everyone is ready. The Philippines versus the Indonesian in this best of 1 series. We're gonna be seeing the teams are out Quantum Satoru into the red side versus Vertex Rain onto the red side actually, because Quantum Satoru will be onto the blue side. So this is an interesting matchup to say the least, because the Fredrin will be going against the Yeast and Sin. The Fredrin does really have a good time into the early game, but the Yeast and Sin wait.
Ooh. Ooh. The Xavier was almost, almost got clouded by Lillian. Oh my god! Yo, Colleen comes in and steals the show with the first blood onto 50 seconds as well. And there we have it, the Quicksand Guard popping in as well. It's not looking good here. Why in the world did Matilda do that though?
Oh my goodness, that's the power of the early. Khalid, you're gonna be seeing he's gonna be surfing all over the map with the passive. He's gonna be jumping, able to jump. Even level 1, Khalid is a very deadly. And now we can see Quantum Satoru are definitely into the back foot as well, because Vertex Reigns, they are taking all the winning lanes. The mid lane is gonna be winning, especially against a Fredrin. The Lilia is gonna be having a better time trying to farm out as well. And onto the gold team, I think it's gonna be a very good one to say the least. It's dependent on what kind of skills the gold laner are having. And as of now, I can see the Granger is actually the one winning out on the bot lane, but the so damage is dealt, a lot of blooms being popped away. And one thing I'm not sure about Quantum Satoru's draft is that they wanna get a late game mid lane, but what just happened?
He got outbursted by Lapu and the YSS here. Uranus is good, but he has to wait until at least he gets like a enchanted talisman, or even the the Oracle at this point, because his lifesteal is. His sustain is not that good, but it's also good if you know what I'm talking about. And if he does not have any stacks, it looks like Fredrin looks like he's troubled there. He gets the turtle though.
Okay.
B-Boy coming in, try to steal that as well, but I think he was able to steal it. What? And Kobe looks like he's gonna be getting away, but there we have it. The Revitalize pops in just in time, and looks like this is the end for Kryros to make any differences right now as well. And I gotta say, Granger is doing pretty good in his lane right now as well.
And that's all a good one, and that's already Fury 3 Fury Hammers into the hands of the side of Vortex Rain. They are going for the boots and the Fury Hammers directly, just because of the penetration that it provides and the damage that he can deal with. This is definitely a good start for the side of Vortex Rains. But Quantum Satoru, they do have a better late game, I would say, because they have the Xavier as well as the Moskov. But the thing about this combination is that you don't really know who you are gonna be stopping in lane. There's a lot of momentum already built up by the side of Vortex Rain, and they have a lot of rotation speed as well. And in comparison to the Matilda, the Khalid is going to be having the better time, much better than anyone into this side of Quantum Satoru, and they will be getting out rotated. And the thing about Vortex Rain is that they also do have a Yi Sun-Jin, a late game hero onto the side, into the jungle as well, and he's quite farm up.
Oh my goodness, there we have it. The Soaring Eagle pops in. Lapu jumps back in away from that fight, and looks like Matilda is going to be going down as well. Look at the damage. The XP lane goes all the way to the bot lane to help them out, and Moskov does a pretty good job as well, putting him away. Oh, Debbie, I'm so sorry. I do have to apologize. I have a slight technical issue, and I just have to fix it. You just give me a few seconds.
That was a few seconds gonna be taken by Sebastian, but onto the top lane though, that was a bit of ice games that's happening. That's what Oatmeal does with the Khalid. He is the Sandman, is able to still got any kind of damage, and there's a turtle already being upped in the second turtle of the game right there. Look at the damage coming through from the side of Vortex Rain. There's no spacing provided whatsoever for the side of Quantum Satoru. They are not able to get any kind of damage, but look at the mid lane though. Chameleon with the damage. Macro taken down. Once on here again, but onto the backline as well. The Appraisal Strike will not be enough. The Bloom is there to help them take him down, but another damage is done. Marsha will be falling down to the hands of Oatmeal as well, but there's another one troubled here, but the Guiding will be able to help him survive. The Uranus will be living to stay another day. A lot of damages are already happening. 5-2 to the score for both of these teams. Quantum Satoru already 2 kills, but then again they did, for Vortex Rain, they did lose out onto their marksman, but B-Boy though, he's got a lot of farm at this point, and I don't think he'll be hesitating to get into fights.
Exactly. I am back. Thank you so much, Debbie, for locking in for a moment there. And I gotta say that's what Vortex is back on a 2-5 lead. Man, that is nasty. People in this YSS though really good. I have to say I've been seeing the way he's been rotating as well. He's really outperforming the Fredrin there, because Fredrin is a tank jungle in the end. His jungling speed is a wee bit slower than usual, than most of the stuff here. And the fact that he is an assassin / marksman, the best part is that war axe is gonna work on him. If it was a marksman / assassin, it wouldn't have worked. So that is very weird though. Why does that work though?
Yep, it's just a cheat code, right, to win all the games, and that's the reason why they are gonna be banning away the ESC most of the time. But for the first time, it's gonna be opened, it's gonna be used, and onto the mid lane, dude, just a lot of damage coming through, and I don't think Mars Shadow here at this point doesn't have any kind, but Ton.
Osilzo, what? He is so close to being taken down there, but I think he was able to get away from that. YSS looks like he's in trouble here, and look at that in the mid lane, Mars. He still gets it! He still gets the long shot as well! What? He goes in all by himself, takes away the mage who they need for the group fight as well. And this is looking good here on their side, but looks like Khalid made a mistake here. But there we have it, he gets the flicker to get away from that as well, but they're going to be able to push this out, and the turret is down without any minions at all as well. And look at that, the damage on Lapu Lapu, and this is why you're going to need him as well. But the sustain though on Uranus here, pretty good.
Yep, and I think it's gonna be the third 3 turtle already. 11 level 11 into the 11 minute of this game is definitely gonna be a great start for B-Boy, Mr. B-Boy right here, because he's already got the Hunter Strike as well, and he might be going for the War Axe too. That's gonna be a lot of stack. But the Matilda though, he does have the Flask of Oasis, so that's another way for a survivability for Quantum Satoru Alpha. But the thing is, they're gonna be, they're highly positioned to go for the late game, and so I think this is also the downside of this having a mid-game late hero. Okay, mid-low.
Oatmeal was taken down pretty quickly as well, but that was a good shot though coming from Quantum Satoru here. They made a mistake again, I would say, but that was a pretty fine. I think I would say it was kind of unnecessary, but I guess they didn't really lose out much because the golden EXP still remains the same. The difference.
I think the seal that's provided by the Matilda as well as the Flask of Oasis is just too much. But Oatmeal though, it's just a rumor, right? So it's gonna be actually able to trade away his life, but they shouldn't continue this way, because I feel like Vortex Rain, they are very disciplined at this point, and the only way that they were falling was a little bit of a mishap coming out from Oatmeal as well. But the thing is, for the Yi Sun though, he's already getting all the goals in the world, because gold ranking also #1, and he's been getting all the farms, getting all the crits, every necessary crit that's available for him. And at this point, he's gonna be able to get level 15 in 10 minutes or so, because already level 13, and he's gonna be dealing a lot of damage as well. The pressure coming out from Vortex Rain is too much, and look at that, Ton.
Oh my goodness me, once again, the Fleeting Sandstorm has been popped up though, but Oatmeal, it's better to say, you better be safe than sorry to not make it to the group fight there, but he gets away on time. But did you see the burst on B-Boy though? My goodness me, Uranus, the one known for, sustainability, was, a part of his HP just immediately, got deleted. And I'm just like, at this point, if YSS keeps being fed like this, it's not going to work out well for Quantum Satoru right here. And look at that, just as we've mentioned, Lapu comes in. That's just true. Warrior coming up as well. Look at the burst on Lilia though, tries to make a difference, but there we have it. Fredrin was able to deal a lot of damage, but not enough to sustain that as well. Oh my goodness, look at the burst on Lilia. What in the world is happening right here as well? And there we have it. The minion is taken down.
Oh my god, that was A little bit of big sound coming out for the side of Vortex Twin as well. The Lapu Lapu falling down to the hands of the Lord. But look at here though. A lot of damage is happening and a lot of bursts coming through for the Bloom as well. And meanwhile, look at the Lapu Lapu also onto the big backside. There's a Xavier in trouble. Already focused on by B-Boy onto the Yi Sin, and he's just free hitting at this point. And the power coming through with this kind of lineup, even with the Matilda, I don't think they really have the chance for survivability just because there's a Khalid that have a lot of momentum that breaks a lot of tempo as well. And you, when you have a Matilda, all you want to do is just try to get the heal as well as have the speed, have the rotation speed too. But you can't really have that when there's already a Khalid into the wrong position. So I think at that point Vortex Queen also excels a lot. But right now the bot lane though, the top lane actually focused on by the side of Vortex Queen. The Lord will be marching down to the bot lane though.
Oh my. I think I have to say here, Uranus was a good. I have to say he's a good pick, but there's not enough CC on there. I would say his team side. Oh my goodness me! Look at that, so close. He's able to heal out a lot of damage though, but that's not the case here. Look at that. Granger already showing off a huge amount of damage on their side as well. Looks like Khalid here with the roaming is going to be more intense. Fredrin is good, but topping it off, it does not. If I would say the Angela, might I say Angela or the Florin would have been a lot better choice here. Even though they nerfed though, I think, right? Even though the Florin is kind of nerfed, the healing is still pretty good. And as long as you do have a long shot healer like her, the Fredrin could have been able to do wonders there. And it's not that Matilda is bad or anything at this point. It's just I think Wise's here is like the farming speed is too fast. But look at that! Oh my goodness me, so close. Uranus falls into a trap, but I think he was able to be the one instead. And there we have it. Oh, gangs in, and look at people is marking in the back lanes, and he takes them away with a triple kill. And looks like he's looking for a maniac here on their side. And he takes the maniac. Look at the savage. He's going for the savage. And I think he's going to be able to get this. He's going to be able to get this. And there you have it. We have Savage coming up here by B-Boy as well. Oh my goodness me. What?
12 minutes
in the world?
of game. And this is what Yi Sin does to you, man. 12 minutes already level 15. He was already level 15 into the 10th minute of this game. And a Savage. This is the first time I'm seeing Savage, right? Oh wait, the second time I think it probably. My goodness, onto a Yi Sin. I was actually gonna focus onto the build set he already had, because Yi Sin already having the Hunter Strike plus the YX plus the BOD. He's gonna be having a lot of damage as well, and already there was with just the YX2, he already got a lot of kills. He's able to dive into the backlines. He's able to get Mars Shadow down time and again when he have info that he does not have the flicker. He's always diving in into the backline. This doesn't look like a marksman. This does look more like an assassin than a marksman. And when he get the BOD, I don't think there was any way for anyone to survive his onslaught. And what a turn of events. My goodness, Vortex Rain, they were able to do so well. There was a 12-minute game set.
I'm not surprised, because that is Wes's. His jungling speed is pretty fast, and compared to Fredrin, again, I'll have to say he's a tank jungle. He needs that, cursed helmet early on, and it's kind of sacrificing a little bit, on your farm. There we have it, B-Boy. 71% participation as well. 834 gold per minute. That's a really pretty high for a someone who's not in the gold lane. And that is nasty as well. Look at the damage dealt though, 48,000, and he did a pretty good job at escaping a lot as well. But it just 1,000 damage in taken away. But I gotta say, 3 kills in the early game. Farms until he's level 15 and then comes in to get a Savage. Man, that is nasty.
That's why you do not really ignore the Yi Sin. If he's quiet, he's not doing good, right? It's like a kid, right? When they're quiet, they're up to no good. But yeah, when the Cecily is not appearing for a long time to the map, he's not doing good. He's not doing good as in for the opponent. He's farming out well. He got the Endless Brittle already too. 48k damages onto his hands too. That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't think even Opimaru was able to sustain damage because when he got the BOD already, there was a lot of damage coming through for him. And the lower the XP, the more damage is gonna be dealing with the BOD's help. So I think all the light signs on B-Boy, but we cannot forget there was a lot of spacing provided by the Khalid as well. Oatmeal doing his thing, just being a nuisance, giving space, a lot of spacing, and even with the Lilia of with the sprint, he was able to zone away so many people. Look at the carry though. It's actually the Lilia with the Bloom was able to zone out the Ferdinand time and again, and not letting him free hit most of the time, slowing him down, dealing a lot of damage as well. The sandbag is to be the. It has to be Whoopimaru, right? Because he's got a lot of damage into his hands, and there's no way Quantum Sandro was able to reach him on time. But the best wingman though always has to be the Khalid, man. He was doing a lot of work.
And just as I was talking about, utility-based heroes against Lilia is like literally, feeding her food. It's basically that. She's gonna enjoy a lot as well. And I think we're gonna have an interview, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
Vortex Rain and us, said, of course, as well.
I think most of the time, when you see a team winning, of course, you want to have a chat with the winner, right? Especially the MVPs. But for Tex Window from Indonesia, man, you coming here to get an interview with us so that we'll be able to talk to them. And I think he's here. Here we go.
Hello, how are you guys feeling?
So good.
So, how was the match? What were your the thoughts on when the match ended? What did you think?
Artinya apa? Maaf. Mikir buat cara menangin perang sih. Tadinya mau Lord aja sih.
Yeah, that's perfect, and I gotta say, did you find it like hard though to go against these guys as well? That's what I want to know. Did it put you all on the edge?
Susah sih, soalnya kita ada lawan Moskop juga dan Uranus lumayan annoying banget sih.
Oh.
I think if they weren't there, they could have ended early. That's what he's implying. My goodness me. That's the kind of confidence we need, man. Sheesh. And I think last is like anything you want to say for the next match that you would be playing, to any team that you go against.
Next Vortex lawan siapa ya? Good luck for my enemy.
Hey, nice. Thank you for joining. See you.
Bye. The chill people have, the players have when they are just winning the game and they have this nonchalant kind of face, right? so that's why I love interviewing the winners side, man. They do have that nonchalant face, like they don't really care, like they just want to go for the next round and beat the next opponent, beat the next obstacle that's coming their way. So it was such a good match to see as well. And I think this is a time for the young players, right? They want to sign. But yeah, the game is already the last. This was the last match of today, and then we had a lot of good interviews as well. People are here and there, I think, and we get to see the players, most of them, which we don't usually have the privilege to, right? But I think we're gonna have to be drawing onto the the next picture, right? But yeah, so that we might have the ability to like Azrael used to write and yada yada. Casa yada yada.
I guess that's we'll be going for a break, I think, right now, right? That's a match, so thank you so much, guys, for joining.
Let's go, guys. Oh, wait, Vertex Rain is still here, but yep, I'm back again because we're gonna have to draw for the next fixture. You know, we are all about fair and square gaming. We do not really choose or the opponents ourselves. We are gonna be drawing it here right now onto the screen. We see this is gonna be the 2-1, right? Wait, Cosmic Fox here, the Fusion. Esports here, Lakshmi Chitfun, Frenzies, and Trident Continue, and the last winner of today was the Vertex Rain, right? Okay, so there we go. I think we're gonna have to draw these teams together. 6 teams already, they are the top now. So who's gonna be coming in into the first draw? Drum roll, man. Totes. Frenzies, okay, there we go. They're gonna be the first one to appear here into the stage. But who are they? Who is the opponent gonna be? All in due time, man. All in due time. Gonna be seeing them. And okay, let's draw. If it is Cosmic Frog, it's gonna be amazing because we do not want to have Indo versus Indo now. So, see. Fusion. Oh wait, Vertex Rain. Okay, Frenzies versus Vertex Rain. They just won the game just now, so they're gonna be going against Vertex Rain versus Frenzies. First schedule is out. Okay, there is it. The schedule. And the Leon Esports and KK Esports, they are qualified for the playoff already, so yeah, of course it's gonna be good. You know, Cosmic Rain and KK Esports was also such a good game. Okay, Cosmic Fox, I mean. But right now into the 2-1 brackets, we can see that it's actually Frenzies versus the Vertex Rain right now. But we're gonna be seeing where LCF is gonna be, where Trident Continue is gonna be, where Fusion is gonna be, and who's Cosmic Fox is gonna be facing. Let's go again, man. LCF. Okay, there we go. LCF. Who are they gonna be facing? Man, if it's Cosmic Fox, Cosmic Fox, and do not give Cosmic Fox. No Cosmic Fox. They have to go against a different squad, a different reason, please. LCF going against Malaysia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Indonesia, Trident. Oh man, it's Trident Continue. There we go. Trident Continue. Wait. Oh yeah. Trident Continue. Yeah, now against LCF. They just lost the game, so they're definitely gonna be trying to get stronger here. There we go. We have Trident Continue versus LCF now into the second match, 2-1 bracket. And the tie is gonna be Indonesian versus Malaysia, right? Of course, it's gonna be Cosmic Fox. We want them to meet, guys. LCF versus Trident Continue is gonna be an amazing matchup. But Fusion Esports, they're gonna be going against Cosmic Fox, and you know we have to do a little bit of a draw for the sake of the draw. You know, to keep it all fair and square. So here are the teams that's gonna be up into the 2-1 brackets. Fusion Esports here, they are here, and I can see them. They are actually quite familiar to me now at this point. Because they're always there in the interview, Kuro Sensei especially. And they're always together in one place also. So Fusion Esports already up there, and oh my goodness, they're gonna be going against Cosmic Fox. Interesting matchup. I think this is gonna be interesting, the 2-1 brackets, especially the last one, Cosmic Fox versus the Fusion Esports, and Lakshmi Chitfun also with the Trident Continuator, and Frenzy also will be going against Vertex Rain. So we are not gonna be seeing Indonesian teams meeting against each other because they are meeting different reasons. I think that's about it, right? I think we have more to the next bracket, but yeah, that was the lineup for tomorrow, man. And I'm actually emotional to see LCF still up and available, still playing. I mean, we do not have any. I mean, we are really big on tournaments, man. But now we're gonna be seeing the other loser teams of today and yesterday too. I have Quantum Satoru, MSU, Onyx Paradise, IC Paradise, Vinny Vidi Vici, and Timor Puro. We're gonna be seeing who's gonna be coming out on top again because this is gonna be a do or die situation. Yeah. But OXA, QSA, Indo? No, there's no Indo here. What am I saying? Philippines. Okay, that's not gonna be the Philippines because we're gonna be seeing Timor Puro will be the first pick of the day. And who are they gonna be going against? Because they did really, I mean, their gameplay was so on point though, but the draft was just a little bit off for themselves. And we can see it in the last game that we have casted. It was actually a good draft coming out for the side of Vortex Green as well. But we'll never forget that they do have a safe place, a chance to go up against one of these 5 teams, and they will be having another last chance. But that's gonna be IC Paradise. Alright, man, IC Paradise up and again, around and running. They're gonna be going against Timor Puro, and maybe, just maybe, we're gonna be seeing a little bit of a dramatic game too, because you know what's a drama where there's no lacking in drama. Alright, so we have 4 different reasons who are going to be facing against each other because they are not in the same place right now. And we have Vinny Vidi Vici. They're going to be coming out with a... Who are their opponents going to be? Because this team, they were able to win it out to the first round and lose again, and now they're winning it again, so they have a chance right now to go against a team that can be their stepping stone or their obstacle into the next round. But the thing is, who's gonna be their team? Is it gonna be Onyx Paradise? Is it gonna be MSU Esports? Is it gonna be Quantum Satoru Alpha? And I don't think they want any of them though. But oh, there we go! Onyx Paradox will be the one they're gonna be facing right now, and not right now, into the next round, of course. And there we go. That's the second fixture now into the 0-2. Okay. And automatically these two are gonna be the one facing against each other. So MSU Esports versus Quantum Satoru will be the last fixture of the day. So let's just draw it with the heck of drawing it, and we will be able to do so perfectly. Okay, for the sake of their pictures, they're up, and unfortunate for them, they weren't able to win that game. Man, it was a good game for them as well, but unfortunate they weren't able to do so. But yep, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a little bit the lineups already up and in. Yeah, 2-1 and 1-2. Timor Puro versus IC Paradise, Vinny Vidi Vici versus Onyx Paradox, Quantum Satoru Alpha versus... Wait. MSU. It's just confused me sometimes. MSU Esports. So this is what the final round looks like. And this is where the real stuff is going to be starting. 2 of the teams will be not having the greatest time. And it's definitely going to be... You have to try to win this game, man, when you are into the 1-2 bracket. So good luck to all the teams. I hope that they'll be able to prepare well, because this is where the serious stuff gonna be starting. The groups, the squads are narrowing down. 2 teams already out in the tournament, and it's gonna be getting more strict into the next round, and then we'll be able to see who have the best talents, who have what it takes to win this tournament. And yep, this will be the end for today, and always we're gonna be ending it with a fixture throw, because you all want to see whose region are you gonna be facing. So there we go. The last match is also done. The fixture is done, and we are gonna be up and running around the background to set up the stream for tomorrow as well. So ladies and gentlemen, this was it for today. I will be signing up along with my supports. Along with the patrons, so take care and try to subscribe and leave a comment, because you have to try to see the teams coming out as well, because for another reason it's international, guys. Come on. So yep, with that being said, as Multi would say, bye bye guys.